disconnected my device. Hi. Hello. Yeah, I guess so. I don't know. Maybe that's why Elf's muted every time she goes live. Disconnected me. OBS is weird. Hi. Hi. How we doing? How's it going? Been a while. IwaiHime. Does anybody remember where we were? I think we were doing the extra endings for all the individual girls, and I think next is the idol ending. Did we do the idol ending? Mostly getting backstory as to why they're all traumatized and shit. Ah, good morning. Hello world. Konnichiwa. Hello. Hello. Little Krauis kill. Donis. Chum Slider. My Dara. Good morning. I literally woke up and came to do this because yesterday I was like, I'm gonna do that. And then today I'm like, oh yeah, I'm gonna do that. So I rolled out of bed. I ended my bed rot. I only got 3 hours bed rot. Be grateful I'm here. IwaiHime! Ooh, I'm gonna read for a couple hours, okay? You guys ready for story time? Ooh, it's story time! I didn't really set much up though, I was mostly just scrambling. I don't know why I gave myself 10 minutes, that was not enough to go piss and all that. How was your day? What are you doing? Yeah, story time! Ah! Ah! Sorry. Just like, I like seeing my mic go red. It's cool, okay? Launching the game! Ooh, you're probably gonna get double audio. Woo! The last time I played this was... No, that can't be right. March, I guess? March 21st was the last time I played this. Holy shit. That's correct. Alright, March 21st. Let's go! I will, oh shit, it started. Turn this game captcha. Game captcha. Damn it. There it is. She's large and in charge. Ooh, I am in the ash. I'm lost in the sauce. It looks like we are at the start of the idol backstory. I don't know, man. I just haven't been in the reading mood, and I don't know. I've been sleeping all day instead of streaming all day. I don't feel right streaming in the middle of the night because that's when my kids asleep. You know? You know what time it is? Y'all know what time it is? In their hoe. My god. YouTube Studio is griefing me. Okay, going back. Yeah. Very necessary for cozy times. We have the banger's blanket. Wait, that's spoiler time. Banger's blanket. Yeah. I just get water. I'm a little horse. I'm just a little horse. Horse emoji. Hi, Babu Babu. We're cozy maxing and storytime pills. Ooh! Holy shit! should I put whiskey in my coffee? I make coffee. No. Give it a couple. Give it an hour. It's not even noon yet. Anyway. Lovely time. Anyway. Deep down.
気づいてて気づかないふりをしてたんです。
I probably realized it long ago, and it was only pretending I hadn't.
お掃除プリンセスを卒業した時に本当は全てを失ってたんです。
I really do lose everything when I stop being the cleaning princess. Oh no. Wait a second. This bitch. Little bitch is trying to... Get out of here, little bitch. Just stealing my spotlight. Really? I refuse to give them $25. Now I'm gonna be B on it. Okay.
なのに私はそれに気づかないふりをして、
But I
努
acted
力を
like I
積み重
hadn't.
ねればまた取り戻せるように都合よく錯覚してた。
But I was only deluding myself by thinking I could get it all back if I kept working hard.
努力は美しいよね。
Effort is such a beautiful thing.
でもそれだけかもしれない。
But beauty can't solve everything. How's the audio? Is it loud enough? Can you hear me?
そうですよね。
Maybe you're right. Effort was like fireworks. They were beautiful for a single moment, only to leave nothing but... The notion that you could succeed by continuously putting in effort was all an illusion. Oh, they're cuddling. That's so cute. Let's take a moment to appreciate this scene. Aww. Aww. Kawaii Desu. Sahara and I were nestling together in the plain of the sea. Sahara gently wrapped his arms around my shoulders.
でもどんなに儚い花火だとしても、
No matter how transient fireworks
その
may
一瞬
be,
は僕の中で永遠のものになるんだよ。
that instant remains with for all eternity. Sahara.
私一瞬だけの花火だっていいです。
I don't mind if I'm nothing more than a momentary firework.
先輩だけの中で永遠になれるのなら。
As long as I could stay in your heart forever.
でもあいつのおかげでちょっとすっきりしました。
But truth be told, I feel so much freer because of her.
あいつって？
Who are you talking about?
リリーです。
Lily.
マジカルリリー。
Magical Lily.
酷だとは思ったけれど、
I might have been pretty mean about
あんた
it.
に真実を教えなければならなかった。
But I had to tell you the truth.
リリー。
Lily.
誰もクルス・リリアなんて求めてないの。
Nobody wants Lydia Kurusu.
豚どもが求めているのはいつまでたっても10歳の時の私。
Those pigs will always want the 10-year-old me no matter how many years pass.
あんたがどれだけ努力しようと、どれだけ血の涙をこぼそうと、まるで関心がないの。
I don't care how hard you try, how many tears you shed. You're right.
知ってた。
But all along.
あんたはそれを教えるために憎まれ役を買ってくれただけ。
You played the villain in order to tell me that.
ありがと
You.
う。私に本当のことを気づかせてくれて。
Wouldn't have realized the truth if it weren't for you. I was weeping, yet I had a smile on my face. I must have looked so pathetic.
泣かないで。
Why?
それでも僕だけはずっとリリアちゃんと共にあるから。
Even when nobody else wants you, I'll still be by your side.
あんたは私の赤。
You're just my dead skin.
私が新たな自分となり、あんたはポロポロと忘れられていく。
I'm going to take over and everyone will forget about you.
でもあんたは鈴原鈴という奇跡と巡り会えたわ。
You're lucky. Came across a miracle named Suzumu Suzuhara.
鈴原先
Suzuhara.
僕はリリーじゃなくクルス・リディアを
I don't see Lily when I
君
look
だ
at
けを
you.
見ているから
Just Lydia Kurusu.
彼は私じゃなくまっすぐあんただけを見ている。
He's not looking at me at all. He's looking right at you.
だから私はもう目覚めてもいいかなって思ったのよ。
So I figured now was the perfect time to wake up.
リ
Lee,
リクルス・リリア
you
あんた
will
は消えるわ。
vanish. Lydia Kurusu.
でも彼の中であんたは永遠に生きる。
But you will live forever in his heart.
それでいい？
Are you okay with that?
いいも何も。
Of course I am.
世界中の誰も私を求めてなんかいないのに先輩だけが認めてくれるなんて
He cares about me when no one else will.
こんなに嬉しいこと。
I couldn't ask for any better.
おかしいな。すごく嬉しいことなのに涙止まらないよ。
It's strange. I should be happy, but I can't stop crying.
リリアちゃん
Lydia. Suzuhara strengthened his grip around me. Heart felt like it was soaring.
君の悲しみは僕が永遠に埋めるから
I'll take in all of your sorrow as my own for the rest of my life.
だから永遠に僕たちは一緒になろう
So let's stay together for all eternity. That must be doppelganger Suzuhara. I don't think he would say that.
はい。
Yeah. Suzuhara's face closed in. My heart felt like it was going to burst. Our noses were practically touching. I could see myself in his eyes. They suddenly glowed scarlet. And then I suddenly felt drowsy. I'll give myself Suzuhara right now. Oh my god, hypno rape? What? I'm a little nervous, but I'm so happy.
リリア
My mind went blank as he placed his hand on my cheek. I could hardly breathe.
はい。
Yes,
捧げて
give me
君のすべて
everything you want. Hypno rape, no! We just started. Alright,
私の
I'll
すべて
give it all
先輩に捧げます。
to you.
嬉しいよリリ
I'm so happy, Lydia. Suzuhara slowly took his palm off of my cheek and placed it over my stomach. I shouldn't have been able to feel anything, and yet that gesture sent my heart to skyrocketing and my lungs into lockdown. Suzuhara smiled a bit impishly when he saw the look on my face. Next, he slowly rolled up my vest and blouse. My navel was exposed in but a few seconds. Even so, he kept going, exposing my upper skin just to glimpse the lace of my bra. My mind was completely blank by this point. I'd said I'd give him everything, but I couldn't imagine I'd already be feeling so nervous after just this.
ア恥ずかしがらないで
Don't be embarrassed.
とても綺麗だよ
Very pretty. Suzuhara was simply pressing against my stomach, yet I felt like it was sinking deep into an angel's bed. My strength faded away, leaving me limp and stringless like a stringless marionette.
怖くないよ
Don't be scared. No, I could never be scared of Suzuhara. After all, my mind was completely blank. I heard a groan.
怖くないから僕に任せて
Don't have to be scared. Leave it to me. Holy shit. Holy shit. You could see his hand through her skin. That's cool. I jolted. Suzuhara's hand was in me? Not like metaphorically, literally. His hand had completely sunk into my stomach like it was made of clay. I couldn't believe my eyes. I froze up completely. I couldn't breathe. But suddenly, Suzuhara smiled kindly and whispered into my ear. Don't worry, there's nothing to be scared of. Suzuhara groped my innards, sending electricity surging through my body as though it were a caress. Rapture numbed my spine. I gasped and salivated before a pleasure unlike any I've ever felt before. She's coming. She camed. She cummed. Don't be scared. Just give yourself to me. I can barely breathe. If you do that again, I'll suffocate. I moaned unbecomingly as my whole body twitched. So this was how it felt, to trust someone with your everything. That's the spot, right? His fingers traced behind my liver and squeezed my tiny little gallbladder. Oh, not there, I'll die, that'll kill me. Alright, just feel it. Surges of pleasure fried my brain. I leaked saliva and tears as yellow bile gushed from the opening in my stomach into my intestine. I floated in a sea of mysterious secretion and entrails. My face warped with euphoria as I panted, immersed in the afterglow of this unknown pleasure. I gave everything I had inside to Suzuhara, and this bliss was the proof of it. Joy and satisfaction without equal took place of the pleasure that struck like lightning. Though red entrails were pouring out of my stomach, it didn't bother me at all. The warmth and tenderness of them were lovelier than anything else. Now will you do the same? This time? Yeah. Zara. I wasn't just receiving his love, he wanted to feel the same. I awkwardly undid the buttons on his shirt. This was the first time I'd ever done that for a man. I was still a bit nervous, but the afterglow of my pleasure vastly outweighed it. Like this? Yeah. Just reach in. My arm sunk smoothly into Suzuhara's body. It was gooey, gentle, and warm on the inside. Almost like I'd go to heaven if I just sucked in entirely. It's so warm inside you. Same with you. Suzuharu must have been enduring the same surges of pleasure as me. My heart seized up with every little cute moan he let loose.
ここからどうすれば
And whimpering ASMR. What do I do now?
いいよ
Don't worry about it.
リリアの好きなように動いてみて
Just try moving, or feels natural. So we don't get sex, we just get rearranging organs from your belly button? That's pretty much what sex is. If it's done right, that's what it feels like. I groped Suzuharu's innards, feeling his warm entrails and blood vessels quivering in my grasp gave me a sense of superiority, like I controlled him completely. Suzuharu gasped like a baby every time I touched or tickled his entrails. I just couldn't get enough of it. It was lovely beyond compare. Having my fingers literally wrapped around him gave me the pleasure of absolute domination. I felt a twinge of mischief stirring in my heart, much like how I only had him. I wanted Suzuharu to only have me. I wanted to teach him the pleasure he'd introduced me. To make him a slave to that pleasure, to charm him until I was all he ever thought about.
上手ねリリ
You're good at this, Lydia.
アでももっと強くしてあげても大丈夫だよ
But you could go a bit rougher on him.
男の子は羽のような優しさと激しい力強さを交互にされるとすぐにメラメラになっちゃう
Boys like a little bit of spice with their sugar from time to time. All that mattered to me was pleasing Suzuhara. I decided to take Lily's advice and gripped harder. There was a rumble. Suzuhara threw his head far back as his convulsing organs emerged from his stomach. The two of us became entangled as we were smeared by each other's blood and gore. At that moment, they looked so wondrous, so alluring.
男の人はね気持ちが良くなってくると内臓がせり上がってくるんだよ
They say guys' intestines gradually rise up when they feel pleasure.
じゃあこれは先輩が喜んでくれてるってことなの
Then that means Suzuhara's enjoying this?
うんそうほらこれを見てみて
Uh-huh. Just look at that. There was a dusky clump amidst the viscera. The way it shone and quivered was oh so
ほ
adorable.
らビクビクして
Look at how they're twitching.
これが鈴原鈴美いきぎも
These are Suzumu Suzuhara's very own guts.
ケーキも
His guts.
Lilia
Suzuhara was hoping for something, and I wanted to give it to him. What was I to do? Something gushed out of Suzuhara's liver with a hiss. It was a dark, muddy substance.
それが
house are loud.
鈴原鈴夢の生き物エキス
That's the extract of Suzumu Suzuhara's guts.
男の子はねそれをチュルルルルって吸われると
You see, when you drink that up,
頭が空っぽになって天国に行っちゃうのよ
the boys go right to heaven. Is this all just allegory for a blowjob? Holy shit. Sorry. Some faggot on a motorcycle just revved by my window. Just like in South Park, you know? Suzuhara.
忘れられない快感を今度はあんたが教えてあげるパン。
Now's your turn to show him the pleasure you'll never
鈴
forget.
原鈴夢の身も心もあんただけのものにしちゃうのよ。
Make Suzumu Suzuhara's heart and body yours and yours alone. Suzuhara and I panted rapidly. Our breaths were growing shallower. This would make Suzuhara feel good. And then he'd be mine and mine alone. Suzuhara. She's making the suck sound. Literally just a blowjob allegory. She ate the black bile. It was bitter and salty, and it churned my stomach. But I wanted to give my entirety to Suzuhara. Though I wanted him to do the same for me. Thus, I drank it. I drank it all up. When he saw me guzzling down that syrupy extract, Suzuhara threw his head back and trembled. He twitched in a sea of his own entrails as jubilation sculpted his features. I was thrilled to know that I'd given him such an imaginable pleasure. I wiped my mouth to find sticky, sooty liquid stuck to it. I licked it up as though it were the finest delicacy there was. My heart burst with love for Suzuhara. From then on, whenever his liver grew plump with that extract, I would always drink all of it up. At first, I hated its bitter taste, but when I realized that it was Suzuhara's, it seemed so lovely. The way it twitched was so cute, and the more I drank of it, the more I wanted to tease him. Suzuhara, I swear I'll always make you feel this good. So please, stay with me forever. Ooh, she ate my liver bile. Ooh. Suzuhara?
今のは鈴原鈴夢の影。
That was actually Suzumu Suzuhara's shadow. His shadow?
予行練習はこれで十分よ。リリ
That was an excellent dress rehearsal, Lydia.
ア。さあ行って、本物の鈴夢をここへ連れてくるの。
Now go and guide the real Suzumu here.
寄宿舎なら誰の邪魔も入らないわ。
No one will interfere if you're in the dorm.
時間の限り二人の愛を捧げ合うことができる。
Then you can share your love for each other as long as you want.
先輩と愛を。
Share our love.
鈴原鈴夢はシャチホコ部にいるわ。行ってここへ連れてくるの。
Suzumu Suzuhara is at the LCSC. Go bring him back here.
そして
And
彼の生き肝にたっぷりと溜まったすすをずるりりとすすり取ってあげるの。
and once you do, drink up all of his soot his guts have to
身
offer.
もだえして喜ぶ。
Send him writhing in
あな
pleasure.
ただけのものになってくれるわ。
Make him yours and yours alone. That was the sole way to make the only one in the world who could see me, stay with me, forever. Lydia's eyes lost all light and she staggered out of the dorm. Her target was the LCSC clubroom. She would bring back Suzumu, slice open his stomach, and drink the soot from his guts. Oh, she's so evil. The little sister. Ah.
これで我はあとは口を開けて待つのみぞ。
I need to go close my windows because the cars are like super loud today. Sorry about that. It's like everything with the jacked up motor is so fucking loud. I live in the ghetto, so like 90% of the cars have jacked up motors. Now all I have to do is wait for my moment to feed. Lydia was already an extension of myself at this point. She merely had to call Suzumu Suzuhara over, tear out his guts, and take all of his soot. My sisters couldn't complain about that. I was the most suitable one to bring about the calamity. I would be the one to bring peace to my brother's soul.
それにしても人に風情のたやすいことと言ったら
I must say, these man demons certainly are gullible.
思い人の影を見せるだけでああもたやすく心を明け渡すと
To think they'll give up their hearts so easily to a mere shadow of their beloved.
The shadow of Suzumu smirked maliciously. Though a perfect replica of Suzumu on the outside, he couldn't be any more different underneath the surface. In reality, he was merely an aggregation of malevolent spirits gathered and merged by the divine.
影の病己に出会ったら死ぬ呪い
The doppelganger. Meet your other self, and you are cursed to die.
リリアそなたの命運は我に出会った時にすでに尽きておるわ
Lydia, your fate was decided the moment we met.
そして鈴原鈴む
As for you, Suzu,
そなたの影もまたここにある
your shadow waits here as well.
ああ、妬ましい。妬ましい、妬ましい。
Oh, I want it. I want it, I want it.
聖者のぬくもりが妬ましくて妬ましくて頭がどうにかなっちまいそうだ。
My envy of the warmth of the living is driving me insane.
じきにあやつも生き肝を引きずり出されて生きた屍よ
Soon we shall drag out his guts and leave him naught but a living corpse.
聖者のぬくもりとやらを存分に味わい冥府の凍える寒さを思い知らせて取り殺してやるがよかろうぞ
Savor his living warmth as much as you please and teach him the freezing chill of the underworld as you send him to his grave.
ああ、妬ましい、妬ましい。
Oh, I want it, I want it. Nothing about Rydia seemed off to anyone who passed her in the hallway. Her eyes were gleaming brilliantly, her every step brimming with the confidence. But things were completely different on the inside. She had become completely possessed by the divine curse. But none would ever pick up on that, of course.
先輩まだ部室にいるかな
I wonder if Suzuhara's still in the club room.
二人きりで秘密の相談があるって言ったら
Will his heart
ドキドキしてくれるかな
Will his heart skip a beat when he hears I want to speak to him in private? Lydia giggled. The power of the divine curse dwelled in her hand. If she touched someone on the nape of their neck, the curse would flood into them. Then their soul would be sealed in the darkness and be turned into a living puppet at the divine's cursed beck and call. After that, the brainwashed Suzumu would do what Rydia asked and march towards his own execution. Ooh.
鈴むたった今お手洗いに行ったよ
Oh, Suzumu, he just went to the bathroom.
ありがとうございます
Thank you.
ありゃりゃおトイレまで押しかける気リリアン大胆
Oh, you're gonna barge in on him while he's going to the bathroom? Damn, talk about bold, Lillian.
いた
Found you.
あれ
Huh?
リリアちゃん
Yeah.
先輩
Izuhara.
いや
Huh? Lydia's eyes flashed scarlet for a single moment. The curse's power coursed through her palm.
先輩
Bruh.
何
Yes?
ちょっと相談に乗ってほしいことがあるんです。
I was hoping I could ask for some advice.
僕で力になれるのなら
Sure, if you think I can help.
嬉しいです。それで
I'm so glad to hear that. Also,
できれば誰も絶対に来ないところで話を聞いてほしいんです。
I'd like to ask you in private, if possible.
今夜電話で話す
Oh, then why don't you just call me tonight?
いえ、できれば直接。
No, it has to be in person if that's all right with you.
いいよ
Okay,
いつ
sure. When?
ご迷惑でなければ今
If it's not too much trouble, right now.
構わないけど廊下ってわけにはいかないよね
That's fine with me, but there's not exactly a lot of privacy around here.
それならご安心を。いい場所をすでに見つけてありますので。
Oh, don't worry about that. I already found us a good place.
いい場所って学校の中のこ
You mean in this school?
はい。寄宿舎なら誰も来ませんので。
Yes, we'll have total privacy if we go to the dorm.
今の時期、合宿をやってる部活もありませんので、好都合なんです。
There aren't any clubs here right now, so it's perfect.
とでも鍵とかかかってるんじゃないかな
But won't it be locked then? Though Suzumu appeared thick-headed, even when he was noticing how off this sounded, he seemed somewhat suspicious of Rydia's sudden request. But Rydia slowly snaked her arm around his back, like a reptile soundlessly approaching its prey. And then she made her strike.
リリアちゃん
Suzuma's body twitched the moment Nydia touched his back, the back of his. After convulsing for a while, he stared blankly at the ceiling, his mouth agape.
先輩、
Yara,
私と寄宿舎へ行きましょう。
let's go to the dorm. Okay. Suzumu nodded and did as he was told. Lydia coaxed him gently and took his hand in her, almost as though she were a nurse guiding a patient of an unsound mind. Suzumu's eyes were devoid of light, and he was already a living puppet.
私、先輩がすっごく喜んでくれること教えてもらったんです。
I'm gonna do something that you'll really like.
でも恥ずかしいことだけれど、
It's pretty embarrassing, honestly.
先輩が気持ちよくなってくれるなら私頑張りますから。
But if it means that I can make you feel good, I'll do my
先
best.
輩のタプタプに溜まった苦くてしょっぱい
I'll take all those bitter, salty juices you have pent up.
私全部すすり出してごっくんって飲んであげますからね。
And drink every last drop of them, okay? Lydia entered the dorm of Suzumura and locked the door behind her. Thanks to the power of the divine curse, no one else would be capable of entering the dorm now.
ここなら誰も来ないです。
I like when it goes all wavy like that. Nobody will bother us here. Okay. The room had already transformed into another world, connecting the human realm to the realm of those not human. Suzumu entered the room and shut the door. The scenery fell whirlwind engulfed the room, staining everything in sight pitch black. The area transfigured into a snowfield of falling soot in the blink of an eye.
さすがの鈴原鈴芽。我が呪いの前にはなすすべもない。
So not even Suzumu Suhara can do anything before my curse.
妬ましい。
Oh, I want it.
お前のその生きたぬくもり。妬ましい。
I want your living warmth.
肝を抜かれた後はお前の好きにするがいいぞ。
You may do with him as you please once his guts have been removed.
だがまずはこやつの体を貪るはそこの娘から。
But first, allow this girl to indulge in his body.
先
Suhara.
さあリリアよ。
Time has come, Lydia.
時は来たれる。今こそその男をお前だけのものにする時。
Now is the hour where you will make him yours.
じきに赤となって消え去るお前はその男の寵愛を永遠とすることで永遠に生きることができるのだ。
Soon you will be reduced to dead skin, washed away without a trace. But you can live forever by earning his eternal affection. Lydia's palm shone ominously. She slowly reached out for Suzumu. She undid his buttons, exposing his bare chest. No human could resist the gift of pleasure not of this world. Lydia brought her hand toward Suzumu's stomach, her fingers wriggling obscenely. That face is glorious. Look at her face. She's so kawaii, Daisy. This one's going. Boop, boop. Take that. I like to take the good ones. There's not a lot of screenshots on Google. Oh, I like to use for thumbnails. For Suzumu, it had locked tight in his grasp. Poor Suzumu had it locked tight in his grasp. What?
リリアちゃんの孤独な辛さに
You've been suffering in silence for too long,
救い
Lydia.
になるのなら
If I can save you from that,
僕はいくらでも君のために
then I'll do it.
力になれるから
No matter what. Suzumu's eyes regained their fierce shine. The divine curse couldn't believe what she is seeing.
バカな。お前はもう生き人形のはずなのに。
Impossible, you're supposed to be a living puppet.
リリアちゃんの手が近づいた時
When Lydia brought her hand to me,
彼女の例えようもないほどの孤独な悲しみが流れ込んできた
sorrow beyond compare, her loneliness coursed into me. Sahara,
その気持ちを共有したくて
I want to share those
リリアちゃ
feelings.
んの辛さを心から受け止めたくて
I want her pain to become my own,
お前の呪いとやらを受けたんだ
so I will willingly receive your so-called curse.
あえてだと。
You mean you let it happen on
人である
purpose?
以上誰だって悲しみは背負ってる
Being human means bearing sorrow, no exception.
それを背負ってなお歩き続けられる強さが人間にはあるんだ。
But we humans have the strength to march onwards in spite of that.
リリアちゃん、君は美しいくらいに強いんだよ。
Lydia, your strength is beautiful.
私ここ
Huh? Where am I? Lydia was gradually released from the curse. The divine curse herself was rendered speechless. All her plans had come to ruin.
ここはどこですか？
Where are we?
先輩が二人マジカルリリー
Why are there two of you? Is that magical Lily?
落ち着いて。ここはきっと君の心の中の世界。
Don't panic. You're in your mental world.
そして僕は本当の鈴原鈴音で、そこにいるのは君と僕の姿を模した悪意ある呪いの苦言だ。
And I'm the real Suzumu Susahara, while those two are manifestations of the malicious curse who chose to impersonate.
貴様、一体
Filth. What are you?
でも僕は神の呪いとやるに一つだけ感謝することがあるんだ。
There is something I'm grateful for. The divine curse.
感謝だと。
Did you say grateful?
リリアちゃんの悲しみを理解させてくれてありがとう。
Thank you for allowing me to understand Lydia's sorrow.
彼女がどれほどの孤独と悲しみの中をたった一人で力強く生きてきたか。
Thanks to the two of you.
お前たちのおかげで僕は心の底から理解できる。
I now know how much solitude and sorrow she's endured and how brightly she's burned all the same.
そして怒りだ。
What's more, feel rage.
彼女の強さを砕き悲しみの傷に塩を塗るような真似を重ね
Rage for you shattering her strength and pouring salt into her emotional scars over and over again.
彼女の心を押しつぶしてお前の邪悪の駒にしようとしたこと。
And for crushing her heart to make her a pawn in your twisted game.
それだけでも許しがたいけれど
No sex,
僕
come
が真に
on.
怒ることは
That was really far too cruel. But the one thing that I cannot forgive
彼女が救いを見出した僕の姿を模して彼女を追い詰めたこと。
is how you used my face because she saw hope in
これが僕の感謝と怒りだ。
And so, his fist is my gratitude and my rage. Suzumu lowered his hips and readied his fists. There was no more mistaking it. That was the fist of the Susahara divine tribute style, which was offered unto the god. The power to crush evil dedicated to God for 1,000 years became a whirling burst out of Susumu's whole body.
悲しみが知りたくてあえて我が呪いを受けたと。
You took my curse willingly just so you could learn of her sorrow?
そして我が呪いを受けておきながら心を保ち続けたと。
And yet you managed to retain yourself in spite of that?
貴様、本当にただの人間なのか。
You filth. You can't possibly be a mere human.
ああ妬ましい妬ましい。
I want it. I want it so badly.
その生きる者の放つ輝きが妬ましい。
I want your living radiance.
僕の姿を模して彼女を傷つけたこと、
You took on my appearance to hurt her.
それを僕は絶対に許しはしない。
You will pay for that, mark my words.
妬ましい妬ましい妬ましい。
I want it. I want it. I want it. Ooh, he's wiggly. Ooh, the lean. Too much lean. The thing disguised as Suzumu distorted ominously in the face of that sheer power. Normally, residents of the mortal realm had no means of physically interacting with the evil spirit. But here, they could be touched and killed. In this world, it was possible for humans to feel the utter malice these evil spirits possessed. Whoa. Raising a cry that rent the soul, that creature of malice charged straight at Suzumu, swiftly enough to outpace one shadow, a speed no human could possibly follow with their eyes. Suzumu couldn't see it either. No, its movements were beneath his notice. Suzumu had constantly dedicated his fist to God before giant trees and bells. With his eyes widened and his mind honed to its limits, the speed of that holy evil presence was no different than the immobile trees Suzumu used as his training.
Haja Kensho.
Haja Kensho.
邪悪を打ち破りて正しきを示す
Crush evil and demonstrate the righteous path. Though it believes too much lean. The evil spirits taking Suzumu's form turned into soot and scattered across the pitch-black snowfield. Much like evil spirits could directly exert their malice on humans in this realm, so too could humans directly exert their strength onto them. Suzumu had crushed them in one punch. The divine curse was stunned at Suzumu's composure. It was enough to make her tremble.
そなたは一体
What in the world are you?
今のは怒りの拳だ
That was a fist of anger.
君には感謝の拳を捧げる
But for you, I offer a fist of gratitude.
バカな
Impossible.
人をにごときがこの我に
A man demon like you is grateful for me?
神の呪いをうがつというのか
You intend to strike a divine curse?
先輩
Sahara.
ごめんねリリアちゃん
I'm sorry, Lydia.
マジカルリリーの姿のままもう一人の君なんだ
I know Magical Lily is the other you.
もう一人の君の姿を持つことを今だけ許してほしい
So please forgive me for punching her.
つけて
Just do it.
そいつをマジカルリリーを私の世界から消すって
Strike her. Strike Magical Lily down. Erase her from my world.
覇者検証邪悪を打ち破りて正しきを示す
Haja Kensho, crush evil and demonstrate the righteous path.
神の呪いを恐れる不届き者め試すがよいぞそなたの拳
Scoundrel, you will not cower before a divine curse. Then I dare you to strike me.
我が身をうがつか否か試してみるがよい
We'll see which one of us breaks.
あ
Why is really Lydia? Oh no, you punched Lydia? What the fuck? Lydia moaned in agony as she fell to her knees. Suzumu halted his punch and pulled back as soon as he could realize what happened. Had he continued to strike the divine curse with all his might, he might have destroyed Lydia from the inside out.
リリアちゃん
Lydia? What'd you do, you fiend? The evil evilest deer lolly I've ever met.
愚かなり人を見え我の姿を見誤ったか
Foolish man, demon. It seems you've made a miscalculation.
お前はリリアちゃんの姿をマジカルリリーの姿を模しているだけじゃないのか
I see. So you're not just taking on Lydia. Magical Lily's appearance.
我もリリアも同じ人間よ我を撃つはその女を撃つも同じこと
Eh? Lydia and I, one and the same. To strike me means striking her.
その我を消されたの愚かな女め
Yet she still asked you to erase me from her world. Foolish girl. Get lost, you usurper. Get out of my life!
契約の条件とはいえ罵るそなたも哀れよ
Goodness me. This may be against the terms of our agreement, but I cannot abide by such verbal abuse.
失われている記憶を返してやる
I shall return your lost memory.
思い返すがいいリリアよそなたがマジカルリリーをやめ仕事を失った日々のこと
Now remember, Lydia. Remember when you quit being Magical Lily and lost everything. A black blizzard engulfed Lydia and Suzume. It called back her sealed memories. I want it back. I want to be Magical Lily again. I hate this body. I want my adorable, dainty little body back again. On the day she made that heartfelt cry, the divine curse appeared to her and whispered thus.
そなたの魂を我に捧げるならばその願いを叶えてやってみる
I will grant your wish if you give me your soul.
そなたはまるで赤が離れるようにそなたの望む姿に戻ることができる
And then you can have your old body back again. It shall be as simple as washing away dead skin.
そなたの姿は失われその魂も失われ
However, you shall lose your appearance and your soul.
それを我と契約した記憶さえも失われるがそれでもよい
Furthermore, you will lose your memories of making this pact with me. Do we still have an accord?
魂でも何でも捧げますから
I'll give you anything you want, even my
私を
soul.
消してマジカルリリーに生まれ変わらせて
Just erase me. Let me be reborn as Magical Lily.
我の姿はそやつの望んだこと
I am who you wish to be.
そやつの姿はやがて赤のごとく写し世より剥がれ落ち消えてなくなる
And in due time, you shall be washed away and vanish from the real world like the filth you are.
後に残るは我のこの姿だけ喜べリリアそなたの願いはじきに叶おうぞ
Then I shall be all that remains. Rejoice, Lydia. Your wish will soon come true.
そんな
It can't be.
あなたがいるの私が望んだことなの
I wished for you.
そんなことって
That's impossible. I wouldn't. Suzumu's forehead beaded with sweat. Though he was calm and collected, he didn't know how he could turn the situation around. The divine curse represented by Lily's appearance was one eating away at Lydia. However, she was also Lydia herself. Just like she said, punching her would mean punching Lydia. In other words, couldn't strike her.
ようやく理解できたようだな、鈴原鈴美。
It would appear you finally understand, Suzumu Suzuhara.
確かに我が呪いをいともたやすく跳ね返したそなたの力には驚かされた。
I will admit, I was surprised by how easily our power repelled my curse.
なるほど。
Your power.
1000年をただダミンで過ごしていたというわけではないようだ。
I now see those 1,000 years were not spent in indolence.
神を打つ拳を得たようだが、それも取ろ
You appear to have acquired a fist to strike gods, but it was all wasted effort.
う。我はリリー、すなわち底なる女の分身。神は打てても女は打てまい、鈴原鈴む。
I am Lily, her other self. To strike me is to strike her, Suzumu Suzuhara. She was right. Suzumu could never choose to destroy the divine curse if it meant punching Nydia. He had to strike the divine curse to save her, but he couldn't do that if it resulted in Nydia's own death too. Sweat dripped down Suzumu's face. Upon seeing this, the divine curse realized Suzumu had hit a dead end.
退屈な1000年を報いるには十分な余興であったぞ。
This has been enough entertainment to compensate for a boring millennium.
茶番はこれにてお開きとしようではないか。
Let's say we put an end to this farce here and now. The doe raised her palms to the heavens, and in that moment later, a twisted lump of metal sprouted out from it. Little girl, big hammer! Little girl, big hammer! It's like my favorite thing. It was a hammer. A giant hammer ominously coated in faded blood.
この土にて二人まとめて叩きつぶし、すりつぶし、肉と臓物の切れ端の塊に変えてくれる。
I'll smash and grind your flesh and entrails into pieces with this!
そなたの生き肝を引きずり出した後は、せめて二人とも混ぜ合わせて、まんじゅうに変えて食らってやろうぞ。
And once I've taken your guts, I'll mix the two of you into a steamed bun and eat you both up. She's gonna eat me, ooh! The giant hammer struck the ground like lightning. Suzumu's body was racked with all abject terror. His whole body quaked. The fear shook him to his very bones. The sweat dripping from his face just now expressed just how precarious his predicament was. Oh, she's so cute. Look at her, she's so kawaii desu. I want this one too, actually. Yoinky splinky! Yeah, on his own, he might have been able to do something against that giant hammer, but Lydia was here. The nigh incomprehensible reality had left her stunned. She started muttering to herself that this was all a nightmare. Her mental defenses working to protect her mind. It was impossible. She couldn't defend herself. She would be crushed by the hammer. Her fate was already set in stone. There was only one way to avert that. To settle this once and for all before the fate could come to pass. Only way Suzumu could save them was to dedicate his fist and punch the divine curse. But that would affect Lydia too. Suzumu was well aware his fist had enough power to kill someone, meaning they were out of options. He had to strike, but couldn't. It seemed the divine curse understood that as well. She's dragging the hammer while slowly approaching them, jeering at their plight. She was but a few steps away. Suzumu needed to come up with a plan in that span of time to find a weak point to exploit. And just then, Lydia started laughing hopelessly.
嬉しいな嬉しいな
So glad. I'm so glad.
私はいよいよマジカルリリーに戻れるんだ。
Now I can go back. Now I can finally go back to being Magical Lily. Her eyes were glazed over. She was losing her sanity. And yet, they were also down.
嬉しいな。嬉しいな。
I'm happy. I'm so happy.
またマジカルリリーに戻れるんだ。私、
I can go back to being Magical
これでやっ
Lily.
とみんなが化け物っていうこの体を捨てられるんだ。
And no one will ever call me a monster again.
化け物なもんか。
You're not a monster.
布川リリア、クルスリリア、気高くて美しいじゃないか。
Nidia Nunokawa, Nidia Kurusu, is sublime and beautiful.
そんなこと言ってる人見たことないよ。
No one's ever said that.
みんなリリーの頃は良かった。天使だったってみんな言うよ。
They'll say I was better as Lily, that I was an angel.
あの頃は良かった。みんな私のことを可愛くて素敵だって褒めてくれた。
I was better back then. Everyone said I was cute as a
な
button.
のに今はみんな悪口ばっかり。
But now all they do is badmouth me, every last one of them.
私はそんなの嫌だよ。
I'm sick of it.
みんながそういうわけじゃないよ。クルスリリアの頑張りをちゃんと認めてくれてる人だっている。
But that's where you're wrong. There are people out there who recognize Nidia Kurusu's efforts.
いないよ。
Don't lie to me to make me feel
そん
better.
な人いないの知ってるもん。
There aren't any, and I know
レッス
that.
ン頑張った。ダンスも演技もみんな頑張ってるのに。
I practiced so hard. I sang and danced my heart out there.
誰も認めてくれない。誰も
But no one cares. No one, not one, not a single
誰
person.
も思ったの。今思う。心から思う。
And that's why I believed. No. Why I still believe from the bottom of
ク
my
ルス
heart.
リリアなんていらない。私なんて今すぐ死んじゃえばいいんだ。
That no one needs Nidia Kurusu. I should just die like the worm I am.
そうすればマジカルリリーだけが残る。もう誰にも悪口を書かれなくて済む。
Then only Magical Lily will be left. And then no one will say those awful things about me anymore.
リリアちゃん、
Nidia.
潰して私をマジカルリリー。
Magical Lily. Oh me.
それでよい。よくぞ達観したリリアよ。
Splendid. You have such a wonderful insight, Lydia.
せめて最後くらい愛しい人間と抱き合いながら行くがよい。
I shall allow you to embrace the man you love in your final
二
moment.
人の血肉は混じり合い一つとなるであろうぞ。
Your flesh and blood shall soon be mixed into one after
先
all.
輩は初めて会った時から私とリリーを見分けてくれていました。
Ever since we met, you could tell Lily and I apart.
私をリリーの残りカスだなんて思わずに接してくれました。
You talked to me without ever thinking of me as Lily's
そ
husk.
んな先輩が私の心の唯一の救いでした。
Maybe it was only natural to you, but that was the one thing that gave me hope.
そんな先輩が
That's
好
why
きです。
I love you
大好きです。
from the bottom of my
だか
heart.
ら
So please,
消える時だけでも 一つになってください。
Let me be with you at least as I disappear.
その胸に私の顔をうずめさせてください。
Please let me weep into your chest as it happens.
お願い。
I'm begging
リ
you.
アちゃん。
貴様は女の最後の頼みも聞けぬふぬけか、鈴原鈴よ。
Are you scum enough to deny a woman's final request, Suzumu Suzuhara?
我は無慈悲ではない。
I am not without mercy.
二人まとめて痛みさえ感じさせずに一撃のもとに潰してやろうぞ。
I shall end the both of you in one blow. You won't even feel any pain.
先
Suzuhara? Hey. Suzumu nodded.
おいでリリアちゃん。
Come on over, Lydia.
最後くらい呼び捨てで呼んでほしい。
Also, I want to be in your arms in my final moment.
リリア
Here, Lydia.
先輩。
Lydia spread her arms and slowly approached Suzumu. He embraced her, but just as she was about to bury her face in his chest, he let go.
最後じゃない。
These aren't you.
クルス・リリアの活躍をこれからも応援したい人間が大勢いるから。
There are so many people who will support Lydia Kurusu in her endeavors. I am positive.
だからこれで最後なんかにはならない。
So I won't let this be your end. Huh?
なればどうするというのか、鈴原鈴む。
What can you possibly hope to do, Suzumu
我を
Suzuhara?
撃つか。撃てばリリアも死ぬ。
Strike me? That'll mean Lydia's death.
撃つのはお前じゃない。
No, you're not the one I'll strike. What? Huh? Suzumu lowered his hips and readied his fist. The keen glint of his eye was aimed not at the divine curse, but at Lydia.
ごめんねリリアちゃん。
I'm sorry, Lydia.
君に必ず信じさせてあげるから。
I swear I'll make you believe in your
Come on.
future. So hang in there. Huh? What?
神
Oh my god, we're gonna punch our wife.
君の心の傷に寄生しているだけだ。
Wife beating. The divine curse is merely feeding off your emotional trauma.
その心の傷を生み続けさせている真の元凶は君自身にあるんだ。
And the one truly allowing that trauma to keep on festering is none other than you yourself. The divine curse instantly paled. Done it. Suzumu had seen through the true source of the curse that birthed her current form.
貴様。
Wretch!
元凶ってどういうことですか。
What do you mean by that?
今はごめん。
I'm sorry about this.
歯を食いしばって。
Grit your teeth. Suzumu prepared to strike Lydia. Utterly lost, Lydia could only stare with confusion. The divine curse frantically raised her hammer. But she was too late. Compared to Suzumu's dedication to the gods, her strike was painfully slow.
覇者剣士邪悪を打ち破りて正しきを示す。
Aja Kensho, crush evil and demonstrate the righteous path.
させるか。
I won't let you! Arapon! Suzumu launched a punch directly into Lydia's chest. Did that strike pulverize her organs and bones? Suzumu did indeed feel something shatter, but he stopped his fist right before it could hit Lydia's body. Instead, he'd shattered something she'd kept close to her. It was the cause and the source of the curse that had birthed Lily. Lily threw her head back with a scream. Her appearance faded away, turning into Lydia with antlers of a sacred deer.
バカな。 見破るとは。
Impossible, how? How could you have seen right through me?
改めてもう一度報じるよ。
Allow me to offer one last
彼女の
dedication.
悲しみを教えてくれてありがとう。
Thank you for teaching me Iridia's
彼
sorrow.
女の心に訴えるこの機会を与えてくれてありがとう。
Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak to your heart.
そなたは一体神の呪いが効かず、そして神をうがつ拳を持つだと。
What are you? How is it you're unaffected by the curse? How can you strike a god?
その光はどうして。
That light. No. How?
彼女の心の痛みへの水先案内人
You guided me to the pain in
導い
her
て
heart.
くれてありがとう。
Thank you for that.
僕にあるのはただ感謝のみ。
I have nothing but gratitude for you.
バカな。我こそは六神彦の御事の呪いなり。
No, it can't be. It can't be. I am the curse of Rakugami Hiko no Mikoto.
その我がなぜ人に不正に。
How could I be bested by a mere man demon?
覇者検証
Aja Kensho.
邪悪を打ち破りて正しきを示す。
Crush evil and demonstrate the righteous path. Suzumu's fist glowed with the heavenly shine. Even the divine curse could not help but falter before its radiance.
兄上様のご無念を晴らせず、このようなところで散らねばならぬなど。
I cannot fall here, not while brother's vengeance has gone unfulfilled.
許されぬ、許されぬ。
You shall pay for this. The soot snowfield cleared up little by little. Before long, it had turned back into the room at the dorm. I was still in a daze. While I was used to the hurrying daydreams, this was the first time I'd shared one with someone else, with Suzumu Suzuhara. Thus, I knew without a doubt that it was no daydream, but rather something actually happened.
リリーは消えたんですか？
Has Lily vanished?
消えないよ。
No, she never will.
消えるも何もリリーだって君なんだから。
After all, she's a part of you too.
そうですよね。
Right. I lowered my head a little. I'd like to continue to have daydreams about Lil. Suzuhara had indeed struck down something ghastly. But magical Lily's shadow would continue to torment me for a long time to come.
リリーは君の大切な分身なんだ。
Lily's an important part of you.
怯える必要も憎む必要も何もないんだよ。
You don't need to be afraid of her anymore.
でも君はリリーを逃げるために使っていたんだ。
But you'd be using her to hide from your
逃
pain.
げる？
What do you mean?
ネットで無責任な人たちがかつての君が良かった良かったと言い続ける。
Those cruel people on the internet kept saying you were better the way you used
だ
to
か
be.
ら君はマジカルリリーになれば悪口を言われずに済むと思ってリリーに逃げ込もうとしていたんだ。
So you convinced yourself it would all stop if you'd continued to be Magical Lily again and tried taking refuge in her.
私そんなつもり。
That's not what I... I couldn't deny it. It was probably right on the dot. I wanted to be Magical Lily because I desired the recognition. Because I didn't want to hear people badmouth me anymore.
承認欲求は人間なら誰もが持つ自然な欲求よ。
Everyone
あ
wants
ずかしくなんてない
recognition.
の。
It's only natural. There's nothing to be ashamed of.
雛形先生。
Miss Hinagata,
布川さん、あなたは誰よりも努力家。
you're the hardest worker I know, Nunakawa.
だからその努力を誰かに認められたいと願うのは当然のことなのよ。
So it's only natural to want someone to recognize your efforts.
でも 匿名で無責任に喋ることができる昨今は怖いわね。
But it sure is scary how many people these days use anonymity as a shield to say whatever they
人
want.
を褒めるよりもけなす方が楽しくて賑やか。
More fun and easier to criticize than it is to
だ
praise.
からいい評価は埋もれてしまう。あなたに届くことはない。
As a result, all the good things people have to say gets buried, and it'll never reach you.
まあ
She spent too much time on
そう
2chan,
ですよね。
and it made her so depressed she got cursed by a demon.
痛々しい掲示板ばっか眺めて毎日落ち込んでるだけですものね。
Just looking at that criticism day after day was depressing.
先生、
Miss Hinagata.
Hmm?
I'm on it. Miss Hinagata took out her own phone, played around with it for a few moments, then showed it to me. It was someone's blog. Lydia's performance was amazing. I was surprised how much better her dancing's gotten. Smiley face. Oh, did my internet fuck up? I have 0 dropped frames. What happened? The curse is just a metaphor for how Suzumu punched her, fixing her mentals. Yeah, so beating women fix their brain. Beat more women. Oh, we're just cutting out a bit. Were we? Is it my mic? Hello? Hello? My stream seems to be fine. Ah. What the hell, man? It didn't tell me. It must be on the YouTube end, because OBS didn't say anything. Jumbo moment. Lol, Lamau. I feel like I'm discovering a new side of her she didn't have back when she was Magical Lily. It would be a disservice to keep calling her Magical Lily. From now on, Lydia Karusu has my full support.
他にもあるわよ。見る？
That's not all. Check these out. Yeah, see, if you stay on 4chan, you're gonna get only the negatives. Gotta go to the fan blogs. That's not all. Check these out.
はい。
Okay. Diamonds among all the coal. The internet might be a breeding ground for those slanderers. But at the same time, there are indeed people out there rooting for me who recognized how hard I'd been working. But I only saw the bad, so I became deaf to their
あ
encouragement.
なたの努力ちゃんと見てくれてる人たちがいるわよ。
There are people who can tell how hard you've been
こ
working.
れらはみんな鈴原くんが見つけてきてくれたの。
Suhara found all of
不
them.
慣れだったスマホを頑張って使いこなしてね。
He didn't know his way around a smartphone at first, but he did his best to help you.
先輩。
Suhara?
君の代わりに僕が応援してくれる人たちの声を伝えるから。
I'll let you know what those cheering you on have to say.
だからその役目を僕に任せてはくれないかな。
So can you just leave the social media to me? Oh my god, her boyfriend became her manager. Lydia VTuber arc.
つまり
So
ネット
basically,
はもう二度と見るなってことですよね。
you're telling me not to look at the internet ever again?
しばらくの話よ。
Well, not for a while anyway.
あなたはもともととても強い子なんだから。
You're a very strong girl at
そ
heart.
の力強さを取り戻せるまでの間、しばらくネットはお休みと
We're
いう。
just telling you to take a little break from the internet until you regain that strength.
その代わり僕が毎日
Internet
リリア
bad.
ちゃんを応
We're
援してくれる
learning.
人たちを探す。
Get off the internet. In exchange, I'll check every day to find the people rooting for
君を応
you.
援してくれている人がたくさんいるんだってこと。
There are a lot of people cheering you on.
きっと信じさせてあげるから。
My job is to let you know that until you can believe it yourself. My eyes welled up with tears. But not from sorrow. Not
応
anymore.
援してくれる人のブログとかコメントとか拾ってくれるのも嬉しいですけど、
I would be more happy if you could find those positive comments
それ
for
に
me.
先輩の応援もプラスしてくれたら納得しようかなって思います。
But if I could have your support too, I think I could bring myself to believe it.
それは大変ね。リリアちゃんのステージちゃんと全部見ないとね。
That'll be rough. That means you have to go to all of Lydia's performances.
お金足りるかな。
I don't know if I have enough
スタッ
money.
フチケットとかあるんでしょ。それくらい手配してあげなさいよ。
There are always VIP tickets, right? At least give him that
だっ
courtesy.
て鈴原くんはもうあなたの心のマネージャーさんなんだから。
She is a VTuber! After all, Suzuhara's sort of like the manager of your heart now, isn't he?
Hi!
Yeah, uh-huh. Uh-huh. Interesting.
そういえば先生、いつからいたんですか？
By the way, Miss Hinagata, exactly how long were you there?
いいタイミングで話に加わってきたんで、不思議だと思ってたんですけど。
Your timing just now couldn't have been more perfect.
それよそれ、聞いて聞いて。
Alright, well, get a load of this.
校内を巡回してたらね、なんと男子生徒と女子生徒が人気のない寄宿舎に入っていくのを見ちゃったのよ。
I was patrolling the school and lo and behold I saw a boy and a girl sneaking off into a
い
dorm.
かがわしいことがあるといけないわって思ってね、現場に突入しちゃったわけなのよ。
I figured they were about to get themselves in big trouble, so I took the liberty of breaking into the scene of the crime.
ほらほら、これがリリアちゃんが男子を寄宿舎に引き込むところの写真。
Look, here's a photo of Lydia dragging a boy into the
ほ
door.
らほら、二人きりで女子の部屋にいる写真もあるのよ。
And looky here, it's a photo of you two in the girls' dorm.
すっごく誤解を生む写真です。削除してください。
Those are really misleading photos. Delete them right now, this instant.
無論削除はするけど、リリアちゃんに一つだけお願い。
Oh my god, I'm being blackmailed? I love this woman. Of course I will, but on one condition, Lydia.
はいはい、脅迫ですね。交換条件は何ですか？
Coercion now, is it? What do you want?
乱気流のライブチケット、いい席が手に入らない？
Can you give me good seats at the Rankin Liu concert?
はい、うちの事務所のイケメンユニットですね。了解です。手配します。
You mean my agency's hottest boy band unit, don't you? Fine, sure, I'll make it happen.
その代わり、削除する前にその写真印刷してもらうことってできますか？
But first, could you print those photos before deleting them?
いいわよ。
Sure thing. After that, Lydia switched to the traditional flip phone. It only functioned as a phone. She couldn't access the internet. Meanwhile, she'd also sealed away her computer in her closet. It felt suffocating at first, but before long, she was happier than she'd been in a while.
邪魔ね。昨日のステージでのコメントは拾ってあります？
Oh, manager! Did you find any comments about yesterday's performance?
お気に入りに登録してあるよ。はい、どうぞ。
Yeah, I saved them to my bookmarks. Here you go.
先輩の感想テキストはないですよ。いっぱい書いてくれたでしょうね。
She's trying to get him to make sock accounts to pause her up. That's funny. I don't see any comments from you. I thought you said you were gonna write a ton for me. Where's your
頑
sock
張って
account,
いっぱい書い
Suzumu?
たよ。
Yeah, I've been doing my best.
でも、一昨日と同じステージだし、毎日の感想は大変だな。
But it was at the same performance as the day before, so it's hard to write impressions every single day.
もうしっかりしてくださいよ、先輩。
Jeez, you need to get your act together, Suzuhara.
これ次の土日のチケットです。絶対両方来てくださいね。
Oh, here's the tickets for next Saturday, so please come to both shows if you will.
さすがはグレートススハラ。リリアちゃんのマネージャーを任されるとは。
Wow, that's the great Suzuhara for you. He gets to be Lydia's manager.
でもね、リリアちゃん、鈴乃はあな
But Suzumu's your slave, Lydia.
奴隷なんてとんでもない。むしろ奴隷なのは私です。
Of course not. Don't be silly. In fact, I'm the real victim here.
見かけによらず腹黒な先輩の罠にかかって、マネージャーにしないとこの写真をばらまくぞって脅されて。
Don't be fooled by appearances. He's a black-hearted villain who threatened to leak those pictures unless I made him my manager.
何これ何これ。スズム、どういうこと？
Whoa! What the heck are these? What are you up to, Suzumoon?
何これ。どういうことよ、スズム。なんでリリアちゃんと相引きしてる写真があるのよ。
What is this? Explain yourself, Suzumu. Why are there pictures of you having a tryst with Lydia?
何の話？
What are you talking about?
この写真をばらまかれたら、私の芸能人生命はおしまいです。
If these photos get out, my life as a celebrity is over.
だから私は鈴原先輩の言いなりに。
That's why I must do whatever Susuhara says. Oh, woe is me.
先輩は一日中私につきまとって、隙があれば
Why is she
私を何
gaslighting so hard? He follows me around all day and uses me as his plaything. Any chance he gets. He's trying to make these bitches jealous. Susuhara!
羨まけしからぬ。
I'm so damn jealous!
何？なんでみんな僕を見てるの？何の話？
What? Why are you all looking at me? What did I do?
初田先輩、窓の外を見てください。あれってウルトラレアカードじゃないですか？
Oh, Atsuta. Look out the window, please. Is that the ultra rare card? I like how they all use the same thing to distract this clown. That's so funny. What? Where? My Yu-Gi-Oh! Right then, Natsuya ran over to the window. And Nydia leaned forward to kiss Suzumu on the lips when his guard was down. The other two, you each got to do this, relax. Tsubikiko and Kanae were rendered speechless, their mouths agape. Suzumu started in bewilderment and his mind processed what had just happened.
不本
Stared
意な
in
がら
bewilderment.
これも脅迫されてやってるんです。
And worst of all, he makes me do this against my will.
一日一回キスを捧げないとあの写真をばらまかれちゃうんです。ゆ。
And if I don't kiss him once a day, he says he'll leak those photos. Poor little me. Ooh.
スズムあんたね、女の敵、腹黒、話を聞かせなさい。
Suzumu, you foul beast. You're an enemy to all women. Explain yourself.
何のことか本当にわからないよ。痛い。
Seriously, I have no idea what they're talking about. How? You're hurting
リ
me.
リアちゃん、笑ってないで助けてよ。
Adia, stop laughing and help me.
やるね。オイラたちに宣戦布告ってこと？
Talk about gutsy. Is that your declaration of war?
そう受け取ってもらっても結構です。
If that's how you want to see it, then by all means do so. Please keep watching me, Susuhara. Lydia Kadusu is out to performing for you and you alone. And in time, I'll make sure to steal your heart, though you won't be able to look away from me. Alright, get your mans, girl. Get your mans. Go. We've reached another ending. That one was only a credit reel, though. Okay, and now it's time for the epilogue. Epilogue. Unless we get a story for the nurse, I would like to get the nurse as a story. Who in the world was he?
鈴原
Susuhara.
何者
What are you? Final sister.
そなた
Oh
まで
yeah,
の
we
返
haven't
り
had
討ちとは
we haven't had her story. Ooh. I did not expect for you to fall as well.
だがそなたの
Finally,
そなたの
finally, we
す
get
べ
the
ての
sick
す
girl
すと無念
backstory.
を我に受け継がれた
But I have inherited all of your soot and resentment. Once, 4 of them had sat in the desolate Doll Memorial Hall. Now, only one was left. It symbolizes how Sue had foiled his assailants at every turn. But it was also a symbol of how the divided soot had now gathered as one. The soot not only symbolized the curse, had made its manifestation even stronger. She heaved and sighed. It was heavy and full of malediction. That act alone burst several doll heads. She slowly stood up and opened her eyes. That act alone created thunder and robbed the sky of its brilliance.
十分なすす十分な呪い十分な力
I've gathered enough soot, enough of the curse, enough power.
無論十分な災厄を起こせるやもしれぬが
I could easily bring about a befitting calamity as I am now, naturally.
妹たちをことごとく返り討ちとして操めん無視することはできぬも
However, I cannot disregard that man demon who defeated my sisters at every
あれ
turn.
のすすをすすろうぞ
I shall drink his soot.
そしてこの力をも超える呪いにてこの地に災いを
Then I shall bring a calamity unto this land with a curse all the blacker than I could wreak now. Ooh. Wife, 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 wife. I felt the unease, no, the pain of another boulder in my stomach. My stomach was flat to the touch, but it felt swollen to the point of bursting at the seams. I'd suffered discomfort from this sensation before, but this was completely different. The boulders felt like they were gathering together and attempting to rupture my stomach from the inside out. I was in pure agony. I suddenly kneeled over and vomited. But the moment I threw up, the boulders felt like they were stacking up even higher inside of me. I heaved over and over again, but nothing came out. The tearing pain in my stomach refused to leave.
あれ限界なのか
This I didn't know if I could take any more. Was this not the pain of my ancestors? Was this not the pain my ancestors had endured this past millennium? But this level of agony must have been the pain the mother of the quintuplets had felt. The soot within me was trying to break the seal and burst free of its containment. My face was clammy with sweat, yet I rose to my feet. I could still hold on out for a little while longer. I still dreamed of a miracle too. I believed that if I could endure but one more day, salvation would arrive. A splitting pain shot through my body. This was it for me. Bell in the main hall flashed through my mind. Right. Now was the time. Do as my mother's will said. I would meet my end in that cold bronze
黒髪さん
bell.
を助け出すって約束するよ
I still promise I'll break that thing and save you. You can count on it. I glimpsed a blurry memory of a scene I'd never witnessed, or had forgotten so completely that it seemed utterly foreign from me. No one could possibly break that cold bell, that fate that had served as a trigger for our 1,000 years of suffering.
やってみなきゃわからないよ
I won't know unless I try. Susuhara had said that as though it were nothing.
木すら倒せぬお前に聖堂の壁が打ち破れるか。
In someone who can't even knock over a tree, break something made of bronze.
聖堂厚さは
Bronze? How thick are we talking?
さあ、お前の拳の幅くらいはあるかもな。
Who knows? Perhaps as thick as your
さ
fist?
すがに無理だよ。そんな厚さの合金の壁を破るなんて拳じゃなくて大砲の出番だと思うな。
Yeah, I definitely couldn't pull that off. That sounds like a job for a cannon. Knew it. Susuhara couldn't save me.
でも
However, my heart dared to skip a beat. My eyes found their way to Susuhara's, and I breathed in. His expression was serene as tranquil lake. His gaze was wholeheartedly sincere.
黒髪さんがそれを打ち破られることで救われるなら、
If breaking that will save you,
僕はもっと修行を積んで、
I'll train some more
いつか必ずそれを僕の拳で打ち破ってみせると。
and break that thing with
約
my
束するよ。
fist someday. I swear it.
He's serious?
At that moment, I saw it. The glint in his eye wasn't that deluded human who is possessed with no foresight whatsoever. They burned a divine scarlet glow, one I'd never seen before. So he truly was Mutsu. I'd known from the moment I saw him. And then, cursing my body that bore too much soot for us to be together, I screamed that it was all too late. 10 years too late, 100 years too late, 1,000 years too late. But Mutsu had come back for me after a millennium. That was a miracle in and of itself. Oh, of course. Though my miracle had already been used up. Then, it really was the last one. I would mark the end of that 1,000 years of suffering. Might have been too late, but I was glad I'd been granted the miracle of Mutsu's return. You're too late, Suzumu Susuhara. You're 10 years too late, 100 years too late, 1,000 years too late. Why didn't you save me back then? You're too late, you're too late.
10年遅い。100
You're 10
年
years
遅
too
い。
late,
1000年
100 years too
遅い。
late, 1,000 years too late.
やってみなきゃわからないよ。
Well, no, unless I try. Susuhara didn't hesitate a moment. He interrupted my bitter ramblings with a warm smile.
僕はもっと修行を積んで、
I'll train some more.
いつか必ずそれを僕の拳で打ち破ってみせると。
Break that thing with my fist
約束する
someday.
よ。
I swear
そ
it.
の修行、どれだけかかるやら。
How long do you think that'll take?
そうだね。その意味では確かに黒髪さんの言う通りだね。遅すぎる。
Good question. In that sense, it may be too late, just as you said.
10年、100年、いや、1000年は修行しないとダメかもしれないよ。
10, 100. No, even 1,000 years might not be enough.
でも、
But even so,
それでも僕が必ずそれを打ち破って黒髪さんを助け出すって。
I'm going to
約束
break
するよ。
that thing and save you. I promise. As if I had 1,000 years to wait for his training. I have no idea. I'm going into it blind. I'm just gonna keep going until there's none left. I never look things up. I just play games. But his valiant declaration warmed my heart. There was a violent flash in the sky, followed by thunder loud enough to strip the bark off of a withered tree. Even those indoors cowered in fear. Also, welcome Black Flag and Kaos. Thank you for coming. And Thread. Thread also joined. Hello. Even those indoors cowered with. However, Suzumu continued training without batting an eye. Something felt strange about his punches there. The sensation was different. And the more he punched, the surer he became that he was on the verge of some kind of breakthrough. That certainly filled his heart with an odd sense of elation as he sensed he would reach a level never before attained. That feeling only grew stronger with every punch, and so he didn't even register the thunder. Not even the cold downpour could dull his mind. He shook off the rain as his punches grew more and more precise. Though the storm was chilling his shoulders, his body was blazing, hot from the inside out. Steam faintly rose from his collar and cuff. It was an awe-inspiring sight, like he was ascending to some sort of divine will. And in fact, that was what he was trying to achieve. An outsider might find that hard to believe with a boy so young. But his training, no, not just his. His ancestors' 1,000 years of training, the long discipline that had begun with Mutsu's promise, was on the verge of reaching fruition. Suzumu could feel that instant. 3 times had the curse festering in his friend's mental trauma targeted him, and 3 times he had emerged victorious. Of course, they were nothing compared to the curse that has dwelled within Toei. In hindsight, perhaps they all simply had been weak. But they were all a part of the divine curse regardless, and Suzumu had destroyed all 3 of them. During his 3rd victory, Suzumu had felt different sensations than before. And ever since then, the more he trained, the closer he could sense himself approaching the realm of the gods. It wouldn't be long until he reached it. The roar of the rain grew stronger, resembling a waterfall. Eventually, Suzumu began to feel like he was really punching the cliffs behind the waterfall. Just then, he noticed the heavens were shining bright. The light shone through the clouds as though on the top of a faraway waterfall. It bore a dignified and divine presence as it mixed with the waterfall's sprays, creating a rainbow. A booming voice echoed from far beyond that brilliance. Suzumu knew then and there that it was the god to whom the fist of the Susahara divine tribute style has always been dedicated. That voice was gentle and clear, with a solemnity and grandeur that could only belong to a deity. I am Rokugami Hiko no Mikoto.
よくぞこの1000年我にその拳を報じ続けた
O Mutsu, you have toiled hard to dedicate that fist to me for over 1,000
そな
years.
たの願い通り今こそその拳に奇跡を宿らせよう
I shall endow that fist with a miracle here and now, just as you have
聞け
wished. But be warned.
神の与える奇跡とは人の身の器には有り余ってなお過ぎるものだ
Miracle granted by a god is far too powerful for a human body to
その
withstand.
身にて奇跡を起こせば
Should you bring about this miracle with that fragile vessel of yours,
それと引き換えにその身がどうなるか我にもわからぬぞ
even I cannot vouchsafe that you shall
この
survive.
1000年という年月はそなたにとっても十分な月日であったろう
These 1,000 years must have been sufficient for you.
怨嗟も憤怒もそして悲恋の痛みもあるいは言えてあるいは忘却の彼方に流し去ることもできたかもしれぬ
You have had the time to mend your resentment and rage along with the pain of your blighted love, or else to lose them all in the seas
だ
of
からそな
oblivion.
たは奇跡を望まぬこともできる。
But you are not obligated to seek of me this miracle.
人が生きて生き続ける力は人が求めるどんな奇跡よりも尊い力があるのだから。
For the strength to keep on living is a noble power greater than any miracle man seeks.
いいえ、
No.
彼女たちの苦しみを終わらせるためだけに今日までの日々があったのです。
Everything up to this day has been to bring her. No. Their suffering to
彼
an
女たち
end.
は今日まで呪いを封じ続けるためだけに命を1000年もの間捧げ続けてきたのです。
They have devoted their lives for the past 1,000 years solely to keep the curse sealed.
それを終わらせることが僕の身一つを捧げるだけで叶うのならば
But if my body is the only price that needs to be paid to bring this to
喜
the
んで
that,
この拳にて奇跡を起こして立てまつりまする。
then I will gladly bring about the miracle with this
そ
fist.
う言うだろうと思っていた。
That is precisely what I have expected to hear.
その覚悟に揺るぎがないこと確かに見届けたぞ。
I have borne witness to the unyielding strength of your resolve.
よかろう。そなたの拳に奇跡の力与えようぞ。
Very well. I shall bestow the power of miracles unto your fist.
神が奇跡を起こせば一つの歯車の動きが別の歯車を動かすように。
But as the turn of the gear compels another, so shall the miracle brought forth by a
神
god.
の呪い
I had to turn on my fan. Let me know if it's too loud. Is it too loud? I won't face it directly at the mic, maybe. Yeah, I don't see it picking up. Bring forth, okay. Bringing forth the divine curse in turn.
その奇跡を拳に宿したならもはや一刻の猶予もないぞ。
If that miracle dwells in your fist, then you haven't a moment to
奇
spare.
跡を起こすならいっそ
Alright. If you are to bring about a miracle, you must make haste. Suzumu. Suzumu.
進むしっかり
Suzumu, hang in there.
キコちゃん
大丈夫いつから倒れてたの雨でぐっしょりじゃない
Are you okay? How long have you been laying in the rain? You're totally soaked.
雨
Rain. I came to lying face up on the ground, rain pouring onto my face as I looked up into the sky. Nico was making a fuss about me catching a cold or getting struck by lightning, but none of that concerned me. I felt I'd make an important decision in my dream, though I'd lost the memory of it when I woke up. I knew it was a momentous decision I'd made of my own will, one that would dedicate my faith. That conviction resided in my heart, blazing quietly but fiercely. The heat was so intense, like a tiny sphere of scorched iron that had bored itself into my chest.
熱あるよやっぱり風邪をひいちゃったんだよ
You're burning up. You really did catch a cold.
熱は感じる。
You're right.
でも心配しないで。風邪とかじゃないから。
But don't worry, I'm perfectly fine.
本当に大丈夫なの
Are you sure you're okay?
心配かけてごめんね。
Sorry to worry you.
シャワー浴びて着替えてくるね。
I'm going to take a shower and get changed. I could feel a ball of heat burning in my chest. Though it was blazing hot, it brought no pain or discomfort. Slowly but surely, I could feel it spreading through my blood vessels and into my fist. I couldn't remember what my dream was about. I knew this had to be a divine inspiration. It wasn't arrogance or hubris speaking, purely conviction.
父さん、僕は鈴原流親善武術を
I have now perfected
完成させたよ。
the Suzuhara Divan tribute style. The heat in my chest didn't cool even after I went to bed. Quite the opposite, it grew hotter and continued surging into my fist. I had countless dreams in my slumber. They were our memories of the past 1,000 years. The memories of Mutsu, who dedicated his life to training under a waterfall in order to bring about the miracle of crushing unjust malice and demonstrating the righteous path. Eventually that will was condensed into a single word, Aja Kensho. Crush evil and demonstrate the righteous path. In order to crush the unjust evil of the curse she and her descendants had been forced to bear and demonstrate the righteous path forward. Mutsu's descendants grew up witnessing his dedication and training and inherited it from him in turn. In order to obtain the fist to crush evil and demonstrate the righteous path. In order to keep the promise of dedicating it to God for 1,000 years. The faces of my ancestors who had upheld the oath passed one by and after another. Hundreds of years flew by in a blink of an eye. As time passed, the ultimate objective behind the divine tribute style was eventually forgotten. But in spite of that, Mutsu's conviction held true, and his descendants continued to dedicate their fists to the god with fervor. The memories of my great-grandfather, grandfather, and father, along with all the noble training they have accumulated, flooded into me like a raging stream. And now, the time had come. After 1,000 years, the miracle Mutsu had desired had finally arrived. The will of my father, grandfather, great-grandfather. And the one who started it all, Mutsu, forced through me.
今助ける鈴の目
Suzunome, I will save you!
いや邪魔をするな
Get out of my way, I won't let you stop me!
取り押さえろ殺しても構わぬ
Pin him down, kill him if you have to!
鬼じゃ
He's a demon!
何をもたもたしておるかさっさと釣り鐘を落とすのじゃ
Don't falter, just lower the
鈴の
bell!
目
Suzunome! No miracle had dwelled in Mutsu's fist back then. But he had wished for one, even if it would take 1,000 years to arrive. And I would see it through. I would put an end to this. I would save Suzunome and her daughters. Kurokami, I swear I will save you. Damn, it's loud outside. I don't know what the fuck's happening. The next day, I was still partially in a dream even after waking up. I could remember last night's dream as clear as day, as though it had been etched into my soul. The flame in my chest grew warmer. My fists were burning with the scorching heat. And this wasn't enough. The heat would keep growing stronger and feeding the flames in my fists. God's miracle needed some time to settle in the human body, but I could tell that it wouldn't take long. Soon the time came to leave. I decided to go to school. That way, I could see Kurokami. I wanted to let her know she would soon be released from the suffering of the curse. A ray of hope would be just what she needed right now. I needed her to know as soon as possible.
進む。やっぱり熱があると思うよ。
Suzumu, I really do think you got
ちょ
a
っと
fever.
微熱っぽいけどね。でも全然大丈夫だよ。
I'm a little warm, but I'm completely fine.
無理しないで。今日はお休みしたら？
You shouldn't push yourself. You should take the day off.
そういうわけにはいかないよ。僕も皆勤賞を狙ってるからね。
I can't afford to do that. I'm aiming for perfect attendance too.
具合が悪くなっても I don't know no だからね。
Well, don't say I didn't tell you. So if you get worse, okay? Did I just dyslexia that sentence? Kurokami wasn't there.
黒髪今日はまだ来てないな。
Kurokami, she's not here yet.
あいつは遅刻も欠席もグレートに気まぐれなやつだからな。
She comes in whenever she wants to. Man, wouldn't it be great if we had that luxury?
黒髪さん
Great.
に何か用事でもあったの？
Need something from her?
ちょっと伝えたいことがあって。
Sort of. I just wanted to tell her something.
待ってたら来るんじゃない？午後とかあるいは部活とかに。
She might be here for afternoon classes or club.
さすがグレート黒髪。優雅なご投稿だね。
That's the great Kurokami for you. Passing through like a spring breeze. I was trying everything in my power to go to school. I could tell my end was near, so I wanted to see Suzumu's face. Once I did, and confirmed no miracle would arrive, I could leave without any regrets. So I fought against the nigh unbearable agony in my stomach as I struggled to walk. So cute. Cute girl, cute girl.
トエさん大丈夫か
Toy, are you alright?
ひどい熱だ誰か社務所に伝えてくれ
Oh, what a terrible fever. Someone tell the priest. I have to go to
こ
school.
んな高熱じゃ無理だあんたの家系は特に体が弱いんだから大事にしなきゃ
No, you can't. Not when your fever is that high. You know how frail your family is. So you must take care of yourself. I could faintly hear the shrine staff coming out of the office and encircling me, asking if I was all right. But my mind was being dragged into another haunting daydream. Oh.
早くお嬢様を母屋に。早く早く。
Bring Toei to the manor quickly now, quickly! Let me go, let me go. I had to see the moon. I was probably brought back to my room. Having spent most of my life in these nightmares since the hauntings started plaguing me, I could tell by the sensations. I thought I perceived them as something else entirely. I was lying in a room lined with the countless red candles. They were all sticking out from several hands used as candlesticks. The fingers twitched from time to time. They hadn't been severed for long, apparently. And hanging from the ceiling, like laundry, was a gallery of twitching human-shaped lumps. Their severed hands, peeled off skin rendered them undefiable as male or female. Of course, I didn't let sights like this bother me. All I had to do was imagine I was watching some horror movie I'd been dragged along to see. Once I learned how to freeze my heart over with apathy, I could last through any number of hauntings. But even here, the agony in my stomach was merciless as ever. I endured the pain and nausea welling up in my throat as I slowly got up. I knocked over several hands and candles in the process, but paid them no heed. Despite what I saw, I was confident this was my room. If I let everything I saw in this distorted world get to me, that would just thrill the evil spirits behind this haunting. Of course, it was very difficult to ignore everything my senses told me, but I could never get used to it. The whole thing was pure torture. I'd probably been changed into my night clothes, so I took a school uniform made of blood-stained human skin out of my closet and dangling bodies and got dressed. I staggered with agony to the lattice door fastened with entrails, probably the sliding door, and left my room. Everything else in the world appeared that way too, and this was how things were with my doll on me. I shuddered to imagine how they would look if I dropped it. I made my way to school with unsteadied feet. I walked through the IwaiHime shopping district among the rows of headless corpses pierced upside down on iron skewers. And then, as the breeze caressed my hair, at that moment, the repugnant world faded away like melted snow, and returned the world I knew so well. I must have finally regained my sanity. I checked myself in the window of a nearby clock store and discovered that while I had managed to put on my uniform, it was all disordered, like I'd put it on while still waking up. I was already used to this by now, so I just made these necessary adjustments and then there without any fuss. Here and there without any fuss. I took a look at the clock in the store and realized that the hands were already past noon. All that time I'd spent in the abhorrent world of meat and blood, just staggering my way towards school, had taken 6 hours in the real world. That time I'd spent sane was limited, while the time I spent in the nightmares was long yet over a flash. That was my life. The curse was hardening into stones and filling my stomach. That had to be what it was. Every time I'd moved, I'd feel them rolling around, tearing through my stomach and trying to break loose. Can I even make it to school? The moment I thought that signaled my end had all but come. Once I resumed my faltering march, the crowds cleared the way for me as though nothing were unusual. The whole town was already used to seeing me like this. No one knew I was protecting this land by suffering from this hellish nightmares day after day. And in these 1,000 years, no one had thanked me, thanked us. Yet, even in spite of that, we continued to sacrifice our lives to keep this curse sealed. Though we weren't doing it for honor or for gratitude. This was merely the fate that we'd all been handed these past 1,000 years. I was protecting this gentle and peaceful world. Knowing that was our one and only source of pride. It was our duty to protect these children's smiles. When I thought of it that way, I realized just how much of a reward Mutsu, Suzuharu's arrival, had been after the millennium of torment. Indeed, that was the miracle we'd been handed for enduring this last 1,000 years. So I wouldn't hold out hope for another one ever again. I no longer had any reason to believe I'd ever be released from my suffering. And as such, I'd stopped wishing for a miracle. All I wanted was to go to Suzuhara and see Mutsu's face one last time, That's all I asked for. Then I could meet my end. The world was distorting again. Iwaimoto shopping district was transforming into that nightmare world once more. Countless eerie insects gushed out from the shadows and devoured the scenery. They were clambering over my feet one after another, and so I froze my disgust, my heart, yet again. School had ended, yet Kurokami never showed up. However, there was a chance she'd appeared at the LCSC, so I decided to bet on that chance and go to the club room. But in the heat of my chest had grown so hot that it was making me dizzy. I knew this wasn't due to a fever though, but it felt very similar to one. The power of a miracle was beyond any human body to begin with. Perhaps my body was screaming from the effort of trying to obtain it.
無理しないで帰んなよ。
You should go home. You should go home and rest. Don't strain
私も
yourself.
ずっとそう言ってるんですけど、頑固で。
I keep telling him that, but he's too stubborn, like a mule.
別に部活はサボっても皆勤賞には響かないと思うぜ。
Seriously, man, I don't think skipping club's gonna affect your attendance record, you know?
そうかもね。
Maybe you're right.
黒髪さんに伝言があるなら、私が会った時に言っておくよ。
If you need to pass Kurokami something, I can pass your message for you.
タマユンに頼めば？よくクロッチに電話してるそうだし。
Why not ask Mai-Hin? She calls Kuroki all the time.
そうだね。
That's true.
今日来ないならそうしようかな。
If she doesn't come by today, maybe I'll do that.
おいおい、フラフラだぜ。無理をしても全然グレートじゃねえや。
Hello there, you can barely stand. There's nothing great about pushing yourself. Even Natsu was unsettled by this. Lydia stopped by earlier, but she took one look at me and went home with a guilty look on her face. Not that I blamed her. She couldn't work if I got her sick. I was fine, but I was already being a burden on the others.
ちょっと保健室に行こうかな。
I guess I'll go to the infirmary.
それを言うの、ちょっとレイトだよ。
It's a bit late to say that.
肩を貸すぜ。
I'll help you over.
あれ、クロッチ？
Huh? Kuroki? Oh, Kurokami? I turned around and I saw her trying to enter the club room. She was staggering just as much as me. But, even though Suzumu's presence was supposed to ward off hauntings, the world distorted again the moment Toei saw him. But there was no macabre illusions this time. Instead, everything had gone monochrome and had frozen in time. Yet Suzumu was still vivid color for some reason. It was then that the divine curse appeared before
我
Toei.
に感謝せよトエ。
Be grateful to me, Toei.
そなたのけなげな願いを叶えてやろうと思ったからこそ今そなたはここにある。
You're here now because I decided to grant you your heart's desire. Go away.
トエ、我の時は満ちた。
My time has come, Toei.
そなたの千年の苦しみから解放される時が来たのだ。
You shall be released from your millennium of suffering.
お前を解放などするものか。
I will never let let you escape.
もはやそなたの身に我を封じ続けることはかなわぬ。
You can no longer hope to contain me.
そなたももうそれに気づいておろう。
Surely you have already realized as much.
その苦しみに耐え1000年の間この六神彦の御事の呪いを封じ続けてきたこと褒めて使わすに値する。
You are most deserving of praise for having endured that torment to keep me, the curse of Rokugami Hiko no Mikoto, sealed away for 1,000 years.
だから我はそなたにこの最後の奇跡を与えたのだ。
That is why I bestowed upon you this miracle at your very end.
陸奥の末裔鈴原鈴に最後に一目会いたいというそなたの願いを叶えることでな。
I have granted you your wish to see Mutsu's descendant, Suzumu Suzuhara, one last time before you pass.
わかっておろう。本来ならばゆうべそなたの腹を破ってもよかった。
Do you not understand? I could have torn out of your stomach last night as soon as I dared.
しかしそれではあまりにそなたの1000年が報われぬと我は一昼夜を猶予したのだ。
But I allowed you another day so your 1,000 years did not go unrewarded.
わかった。神の呪い。
Nobody asked you, you wretched curse.
おごりと受け取るならばそれもよし。
Scorn me as you will.
ただしこの時間さえも我の慈悲であることを忘れるな。
However, do not forget that I showed you my mercy, even in this very moment. The divine curse's eyes flashed scarlet, and the world darkened. Toei could tell her own soul would have vanished forever the moment all went black. That was why, even though she tried to close off her heart, she couldn't.
二つの末語から好きな方をそなたに選ばせようぞ。
There are two ways your life can end. Choose your preference.
一つ我の行為を無下にしこのままろうそくの明かりが消えるように
Self-cessed.
消えゆく末語。
We love self-cess. Going in the log. Not letting me do it. Eh. I like this picture. Gimme. 1. You disregard my favor and fade away like a candlelight. Toei could never accept that. If her soul were obliterated here and now, the divine curse would be released immediately. That would render her 1,000 years' struggle to protect this land from calamity meaningless. And the other option was...
鈴原鈴とちぎりを交わすのだ。
Oh, she's allowing me time to fuck Suzu.
Lie with Suzumu Suzuhara.
そうできれば
Dex!
苦労は
If I did, it would be for nothing. Toei took the soot of whoever she laid with. And that was why she'd been forced to take someone like Sho Kaminuma's as her fiancé. He didn't have a trace of soot in him. So even though she was Suzunomi's descendant and Suzumu was Mutsu's, they could not be
いずれ
together.
にせよすすだきの秘術は明日の夜明けを待たずに破れる。
Either way, the seal will be broken by sunrise
ならば
tomorrow.
最後の時くらい1000年を超えて再び出会えた運命の男と体を重ねて迎えたいとは思わぬか？
So do you not wish to at least greet your end in the arms of the man you waited 1,000 years to see again? Something warm and bashful welled up and spread throughout Toei's body. It was luscious and it turned her legs into jelly. A false love brought on by the curse. The divine curse tried to make herself stronger by forcing her host to lie with a man who possessed even a bit of soot. So she woke the descendants of the sacrifice feelings of love, proportional to the amount of soot involved. Of course, that wasn't to say Suzumu wasn't charming in his own right. But the love Tsubakiko, Hanae, and Nidia felt for him was in no small part due to the curse's whispers. So for Toei, who had by far the strongest and most amount of soot of all of them, it was nigh irresistible. The panting of horny. I'm gonna go get water and take a pee. We're gonna take a break on her moaning because that's funny. Ooh, scene cucked. Ooh. Oh, wait. Yeah, I'm back. Sorry to take away fucking what you call it, no blocks from you. I know you guys love no blocks. Why is my... Ooh. Okay, there you go. My chat was behind for a bit there, but it seemed to fix itself. Hi! Okay, we're going back. She gets some sex time before she dies, I guess. Classic Ryokishi fashion. They don't get laid until it's the end of the times and the end of days. Her breathing grew labored as her body heated up. Her body longed for Suzumu Suzuhara. Toei did everything in her power to resist those urges.
何をためらうのか、トエよ。
Why do you hesitate, Toei?
そなたがススハラスズムを抱こうと抱くまいと、この地を明日の最悪から守ることなどできぬのだ。
Whether you lie with Suzumu Suzuhara or not, you cannot protect this land from the morrow's calamity. The morrow. It was a trap. The curse would grow stronger if she took Suzumu's soot. If the calamity was inevitable, then the very least she could do was try to weaken it as much as possible. She wanted it. She wanted to embrace her duty, no. To embrace Suzumu. Toei groaned as desire and reason waged war within her. How she wanted him. How her heart ached with love for him. How she longed to melt into his arms and lie with him. Horny girl noises. Horny girl noises. Toei broke out into a sweat and her knees were giving way. She gazed longingly at Suzumu. Suzuhara, help me. I'm melting away. I can't fight it back. Toei crawled onto the floor and slobbered as she begged Suzumu for help. The curse took advantage of that deep-rooted sensation every woman strove for in effort to gain more soot. But Toei fought back desperately with all reason she had left. No, I mustn't give in to this. But if the curse is going to be set free either way... No! I can't give in to despair now. No reference. I can't surrender myself to this curse. I can't. Toei writhed as she curled up into a ball and fell silent. And that was all the resistance she could muster. The divine curse sneered.
黒髪さん、大丈夫？
Kurokami, are you alright? Just then, Toei heard Suzumu's voice. Time was supposed to be stopped in this monochrome world, yet she heard it clear as a bell. With that, Suzumu and Time resumed their movements, but the world remained colorless.
具合悪いの？
Kurokami, you don't look very good.
鈴
I could
こそ
say the same.
足がふらついている
You can barely stand on your feet. The pair staggered towards each other, almost like they were suffering the same ailment.
君にどうしても
There's something
伝えたいことが。
I need to tell you.
伝えたい
What is it?
僕が絶対に君を呪いから
I swear, I will save you
救うか。
from this curse. Suzumu's body shook violently.
鈴
Suzumu!
おい、大丈夫かよ。肩を貸すぜ。
Hey, are you okay? I'll help you up.
保健室に早く先生いるかな
We've got to get him to the infirmary. Please be there, Miss Hinagata. In her heart, Toei was a mess of laughter and sobs. Suzumu's words had moved her to tears. Her heart swelled with joy. She didn't know she was even capable of feeling this way anymore. But his words had stirred something that she thought was long dead within her.
クロッチも大丈夫
Hey, Kuroki. Are you okay?
なんか足元ふらついてるし無理に学校来なくてもよかったんじゃ
You look like you're gonna collapse any second. You didn't need to force yourself to come to school. Kuroki? Fucking losing it, chat. To Kanai, Toei sounded like she was just mumbling nonsense like always. But this time, Toei was laughing with ecstasy and crying. At that moment, Toei returned to the dark monochrome world.
トエ、そなたの選択しかと受け取ったぞ。
Toei, it seems that you've made your choice.
誇り高く最後まで生贄としてさらなるすすを拒むその矜持、見上げたものよ。
I have nothing but respect for your insistence on holding onto your pride as a sacrifice and resisting the soot to the very end.
なれば明日の朝はおろか、今宵の月さえも待つ必要はあるまい。
So be it. I need no longer wait until tomorrow morning. Least of all tonight's moon. The stones in Toei's stomach swelled and grew to gargantuan proportions. Her stomach was tearing from the inside out.
かなえ、椿子、リリア、3人の蓄えたすすはすでに我が身に取り込んだ。
I've already taken Kanae, Tsubakiko, and Lydia's soot for my own.
そしてそなたの体を得て、我は最悪の執行者となろうぞ。
Once I acquire your body, I shall bring forth the calamity.
だが、そなたがいらぬというなら、鈴原鈴の鈴は我がもらい受ける。
However, Since you've decided to do without it, I shall take Suzumu Suzuhara's suit for myself.
あの3人のススを集めたのは
Knew it. I knew you'd taken their suit.
雛形進まないけれど今ほとんどのススはお前に集まっている
Even without Hinagata's, you still have nearly all of it.
雛形真由とは巡り合わせ悪く運命の歯車が合わなかった
Unfortunately, the gears of Mayu Hinagata's fate did not align with all the others.
あれもまたそなたらと同じ弱いであったなら我の声が届いたもの
Had she but been the same age as you, my voice would have reached her. Hinagata was a grown woman who had made it through adolescence. It was difficult for the divine curse and hauntings to instigate adults due to their heightened spiritual defenses, or the loss of sync with their spiritual channels.
しかし問題はない
So being old keeps me from being cursed? Huggies! But it matters not.
その分のすすは鈴原鈴の生き肝よりもらうそなたの爪と歯を使ってな
I shall use your claws and fangs to rip equivalent soot out of Suzumu Suzuhara's guts.
お気の毒だけど全てがあんたの思い通りになると思ったら間違いよ
I hate to break it to you, but if you think everything's going to go just planned, you're sorely mistaken.
何を言い出す
Whatever do you mean?
もう呪いを恥じ込むことはできないそうねあんたの価値よそれは間違いない
I can no longer seal the curse away. There's no doubt about that. I must admit you've won there.
でもね
However,
あんたのその価値にまだいくばくかなできるいや味が残ってるんだから
there's still a way for me to turn the tables and sour your victory.
ない今よりお前の体は我のものとなる
Impossible. I'm about to take your body for my own.
そなたにどのような企みがあろうとももはや瞬きの自由さえ与えぬ
No matter what you're scheming, you haven't another moment of freedom left. However, she'd fallen victim to hubris. She had remained a spectator because she was confident she could take over Toei's body at any time she pleased. Toei reached into her breast pocket with a trembling finger. Inside there was the student name tag she never wore.
それで何ができるというのか
And what do you plan on doing with that?
こういうことができるの
This. She unfastened the safety pin, and after a moment's hesitation, Hane shrieked and fell still. There was no surprise considering what happened. She'd witnessed Toei stabbing herself deep under her left index fingernail with the needle of her name card. There was a sudden, sharp pain that few could possibly tolerate. Having a needle shoved under one's fingernails would cause anyone to squirm. Her mother's letter had described it as the last-ditch move to regain one's sanity in a pinch. She probably came up with it after getting hurt during a haunting and realizing that she'd been released from it the moment she was injured. In exchange for the unbearable agony, Toei's stunt had brought the world back to normality, and dispelled the image of the divine curse. A human's essence was indeed in the soul, but while that soul was lodged in the body, it could not ignore what the body was telling it. Extreme pain in excess of the body's limits could temporarily override the prerogatives of the spirit. Hauntings and the divine curse were no exceptions to this. But despite all the pain, the reprieve could only last for so long. The world was slowly losing its color and becoming monochrome again. As proof of this, Toei didn't have a lot of time. She needed to accomplish her goal in what little of it she had left. Now she'd meet with Suzumu and talk with him. She had no more regrets. She was ready. Hiroki, are you okay? Farewell. Wish you all well. Hey. Wait! Toei staggered out into the hallway while groaning in agony. Kanae was too stunned by that abrupt turn of events to move. All she could do was watch as Toei disappeared out of sight. Only a trail of blood remained as a mark of where she had gone. It's alright. He's not sick, just overexerted. Hinagata smiled as she laid Suzumu in a bed.
疲れすぎ
Overexerted?
最近鈴原くんは親善武術のお稽古を少し頑張りすぎてたんじゃない？
Has he been pushing himself a bit too hard when he was training as the Susahara Divine Tribute style?
ああ、それは確かに。
Oh, now that you mention it.
先日も雨が降る中、ぶっ倒れるまでやってて、私すっごい心配したんだから。
He trained in the rain yesterday until he collapsed. I was so worried.
おいおい、そりゃグレートが過ぎるぜ。
Oh, now that's what I call greato. Too greato.
そうかな。
Really?
一眠りしたら少しは楽になるはずよ。
You should feel a bit better after a little sleep.
しばらくおとなしく目をつむっていなさい。
Just get some shut-eye, okay?
はい。
Alright. It wasn't long before Susumu dozed off. Tsubakiko and Natsuya smiled and shrugged as if to say they'd worried too much. Once they'd left, Hinagata turned back to Suzumu.
ついにやったのね。
You've finally done it, haven't you? Hinagata smiled and gently stroked Suzumu's cheek.
神の呪いを打ち破るには神の奇跡を宿すしかない。
Only a divine miracle can destroy the divine
でも
curse.
その力は人の身にはあまりに過ぎたもの。
But that power is too much for a
神
human
の呪
body.
いを打ち破ることができるかもしれないけれど。
You may be able to destroy the divine curse, but
僕に何が起ころうと
no matter what happens,
してます。
I'm ready for it.
鈴原くん。
Sahara? Suzumu hadn't been sleeping. Hinagata was a bit surprised, but quickly regained her cool.
あなたは何者なの？
Just, where are you?
鈴原鈴夢で親善武術の継承者で
I am Susumu Susahara, successor of the divine tribute style.
い
So,
つも生まれ変わりなんだと思います。
I think I'm Mutsu's
そ
reincarnation.
れは大体想像できてるわ。
I suspected as much.
その上でなお思ってるの。
I meant beyond that.
あなたは何者なの？
What are you?
わからないです。
I don't know.
ムツの執念は確かに奇跡に届くほどのものだったけれど、それでも彼は人間。
Mutsu was certainly tenacious enough to attain a miracle, but regardless, he was still
あなたは
human.
陸奥の血が引いていても人間であることに変わりはないはず。
Though you are his descendant, that shouldn't make you anything greater than that.
でもあなたは
Yet you're... After a pregnant pause, Hinagata suddenly smiled and stood
なる
up.
ほどね。あなた
I see.
僕
So
は
you're... Am I?
内緒。
That's my little secret.
意地悪です。
No, that's not fair.
あなたにとってはあなたが誰であるかなど問題じゃないわ。
Who you are isn't a problem for
あな
you.
たは鈴原鈴そしてあなたの運命はあなたが決める。
You are Suzumu Suzuhara, and you decide your own fate.
あなたが望むようにあなたの運命をあなたが切り開きなさい。
So you can carve yourself the path you want.
先生こそ何者なんですか？
I should ask you the same. Just, what are you?
私グラマラスとミステリアスな鈴田高校の保健室の主。
Me? I'm the glamorous and mysterious master of Suzuhara's High's Infirmary. Susuda High's Infirmary.
そして
Ayona.
5つ子の邪法でトエちゃんとは別に鈴の目の血を受け継ぐ呪い元神社の生贄の末裔。
And I'm also a descendant of the Suzunome, the sacrifice of Nororimoto's shrine. I am one of the bloodlines resulting from the quintuplet spell.
そして
And most likely,
私はあなたの妹。
I'm your younger sister. It doesn't make any sense. He's a teenager. Huh?
意味がわからないです。
I don't understand.
いいの忘れて。
It's fine. Forget about it.
今は少しでも体を休めなさい。もうじき峠を越すと思うから。
Just rest as much as you can for now. You'll cross the peak soon. Are we getting Lolly Hinagata?
はい。
Alright. Hinagata could see it. The brilliant flame in Suzumu's chest was pouring into his fists. Those fists shone sublimely with the miracle of a god. It wouldn't be long before the 1,000-year journey undertaken by Mutsu and his descendants took shape in Suzumu's fist. Chloe walked on unsteady feet as she battled the pain in her stomach and the agony under her fingernail. Seeing Toei's moaning and staggering was nothing new to the townsfolk. They pretended not to see anything and cleared the way so they didn't have to get mixed up with her. Of course, Toei didn't look at them or the townscape either. Not when they kept shifting back and forth between their regular forms and monsters with practically each blink of an eye. However, the distorted world was slowly but surely winning the battle.
小賢しい真似を。
You crafty little wench.
しかしいつまでもそのような真似続けられはせぬぞ。
Do not think those tricks will work forever. Toei. Toei pricked herself under the nail of one of her left ring finger. Or on her left ring finger. When dealing with intense pain, the body alights all senses at once. But it still wasn't enough. The divine curse was still there. She needed something deeper, sharper.
無駄な努力を。
A wasted effort. Toei's pain was like dirt in the eye of the divine curse. She grimaced in discomfort and disappeared along with the distorted world. But Toei knew by now this would only buy her so much time. Her left hand was already red with the trickling of blood, The same went for the doll she was clutching in said hand. The pain pulsed with each beat of her heart. It felt like her fingertips had swollen and ruptured. And just when the pain became tolerable, the divine curse reappeared and sneered. But Toei still had fingers to spare. If that wasn't enough, she could always give up on her eyes if she had to. Gonna gouge out her eyes to prevent this? That's crazy. Finally, Noroimoto Shrine came into view. The shrine built not for the celebration, but solely to keep the curse sealed. Toei casually hid her hand so no one noticed. She couldn't afford any obstacles to her plan, not at this point. After all, she only had so many fingers. Toei headed for the main hall. Her thoughts turned to the letter left by her mother and grandmother. This was a mockery that had spanned thousands of years. Though it appeared the humans had sealed away the curse with the soot-gathering spell, over the course of a millennium, the curse gathered more soot and grew. It was likely far more powerful than the curse Rokugami Hiko no Mikoto had rained on the village 1,000 years prior. This curse was man's punishment. It had accrued interest in exchange for being put off for so many years, and now the time has come to pay the price. Though their millennium of suffering may not have prevented the coming disaster, Toei wanted to protect this land for as long as she could. Otherwise, she and her ancestors would have suffered for nothing. What's more, she couldn't help but laugh at this result.
けなげに己を痛めながらどこを目指すかと思えば
I must admit, I was curious where your gallant acts of self-harm were going.
そなたたちを鈴の目にすすだきの邪法を執り行ったあの梵鐘の前とは
But I never imagined that you, all of you, would be heading for the bell where I had sealed inside Suzunome.
もしやそなたはその身を梵鐘に封じようというのか
Would you be planning to seal your body inside it as well?
お前は呪いという超越の存在だけれど
You may be a transcendent being.
1000年の間唯一お前を隔てることができたものがある
But there is one thing that managed to block you out over these thousands of years.
すすだきの邪法の梵鐘か
The bell where the ritual was performed. The divine curse furrowed her brow for the first time. Though her smile was confident, her eyes held a twinge of
呪
concern.
いの鈴は梵鐘に封じられて生贄に全てを吸収された
The cursed soot was sealed into the spell and absorbed by the
つまり
sacrifice.
お前は梵鐘に隔てられたら外へ出ることはできない
In other words, once you're trapped inside this bell, there's no escape.
そなたは一つ忘れておる梵鐘がどのような形か知らぬと見える
You seem to be forgetting something quite vital. Do you not see the state of the bell?
分かってるそれでもお前の目論みを少しでも邪魔することはできる
I do. But all that matters is that I can stop your plans even if just a moment longer.
小賢しいや鈴の目の末裔め
How impudent of you, a cursed descendant of Suzunome. The bell used for the ritual had the power to trap in the cursed soot. That was why the sacrifice was able to absorb the entirety of the curse over 3 days and nights, without any leaking out. But though the bell itself could seal the soot, the ground floor beneath it was a different story. While the bell could seal the soot from above, it would eventually leak from below. But it was still a better outcome than simply surrendering herself to the curse. The divine curse wanted nothing more than to bring about an unparalleled calamity to this land. If Toei would weaken her in some way,
無駄なことを
you're wasting your time.
そなたらが1000年をかけて一時しのぎを繰り返したようにそなたもまた一時しのぎに命を捧げるのか
Your sacrifice will merely be delaying the inevitable just as your 1,000-year struggle has.
その一時しのぎが私たちの使命なり
But it is still our duty.
愚か者か
You fool. Toei pricked herself again, and the divine curse faded from view. The curse mocked her as she went, but could no longer hide the concern from her face. Toei groaned in agony. Her whole left hand was pounding like a giant heart. Though the pain was intense, it wasn't as harrowing as it had been at first, and was gradually dulling into a burning. Her body was getting used to the pain, and she didn't have long. She had to hurry. Toei crawled under the temple bell hanging from the rope. It was pitch black and painfully deafening on the inside. Toei sat up straight and calmed her heart.
かけまくも賢き呪い元神社のお前を拝み立て祭りて賢みも豊作
With heartfelt awe and reverence do I speak these words of worship before Nororimoto Shrine. When Toei started chanting the prayer, a faint creak filled the silent space. Though she couldn't see what it was the sound of a bundle of rice plants holding up the bell, starting to tear. The heavy bell began to sway a little.
やめよ愚か者このようなところに我を閉じ込めたとて最悪は変わらぬ
Cease this at once, you fool. Try as you may to trap me. The calamity will come all the same.
それよりも我と共にそなたやそなたらに理不尽な1000年を強いた人鬼どもに今こそ復讐をする時ぞ
Reconsider. Join me and take your vengeance on those man demons who forced the millennium of suffering on all of you.
狼の色気がつき稲組もかたじけなり祭り高き尊き申し絵の谷間 The gods' bountiful blessings are more than I deserve. Their exalted teachings I do follow.
盆章を落として消えるように眠れると思うか娘
Just this. Music banger. Do you think I will simply give up and disappear once the spell drops, you impudent child?
盆章の中で我はそなたの腹を内から破りてよみがえる
I shall tear through your stomach and be born
無
anew.
論忌まわしき盆章の外へ出るには短からぬ年月をかけようだがそれまでを退屈して待つつもりはない
Naturally, it would take some time to escape the confines of this loathsome bell, but I shall not wait in tedium.
我に最後まで立てついたそなたを無限に引き延ばした時間の中でこの暗く狭い盆章の中で永遠に慰み者にしてくれる
I shall make use of your constant meddling to make you my plaything for all eternity as punishment for your persistent defiance.
「
those honest and righteous devotions, I shall not stray off the path of man. I shall endeavor through the duties I pursue.
我に逆らいて何の得がある？トエ、鈴の目。
What reward do you believe your resistance shall bless you with, Toei Suzunome?
我と共にこの地に災いをもたらそうぞ。そなたの千年の苦しみも我が慰めてやろうぞ。
Bring calamity to this land with me. I shall ease your 1,000 years of suffering.
だがそれを断るというのならば、さらに千年を我がそなただけをいたぶり抜いてくれる。
But reject me and you shall find naught but another millennium of suffering at my hand.
この千年、そなたを見てきたぞ。そなたが何に最も苦しみ、何に最も恥ずかしめられたか、我はすべてを知り尽くしておるのだぞ。
I have watched you for 1,000 years. I know each and every way how best to torment you, how best to bring you pain.
それをすべてくれてやる。もてあそんでやる。なぶってやる。おぞましさに腹渡を吐き出してもなお。
How I will subject you to all of them. How I will toy with and persecute you. Even when you vomit your guts out from revulsion, I shall not stop.
そなたが死をもって救いを求める嘆きが1000年間こだまするまで。それでもよいのか？
You shall yearn for the release of death for a millennium to come and lament. Do you truly desire such a fate? This is the first time I've heard you so desperate in this past 1,000 years.
お前の許せんね。小気味よく過ごせそうだ。
In that case, the next 1,000 years might just be worth it.
この愚か者が！
You fool.
もう一度ムツに会いたくないか？肌を重ねたくはないか？
Do you not wish to see Mutsu again? Do you not wish to lie with him?
そなたの肉体は直ちに滅ぼされ、もう奇跡さえも願えなくなるのだぞ。
Your body will soon be destroyed. There will be no hope for any miracles. As long as humans live, they can wish for any kind of miracle. That desire alone is what gives them hope to live on, not the actual granting of the wish. Even in this chain of suffering that began with Suzunome, they had held out for 1,000 years because they were able to believe in a miracle that would come. Only those who had lived through a millennium could understand the fear of having even that hope crush. Even so, Toei didn't falter. That was her pride as the girl who had been sacrificed to the divine curse.
奇跡さえも願えなくなるだと。哀れな呪い。
There will be no more hope for miracles. The poor curse.
奇跡ならもう叶っている。
My miracle has already been granted.
小賢しや小賢しや、恨めしや恨めしや。
You impudent man demon, I will make you regret this.
鈴の目。
Toei. Suzunome. His glorious face of rage. Toei's thoughts turned to Mutsu. Suzumu. He was 10 years too late. 100 years too late. 1,000 years too late. However, she was still so happy she had gotten to see him again. What's wrong? Suzumu suddenly jolted up, surprised at Kinagata. He'd heard a voice. When he reached the realm of the gods, He had heard a male voice in his dream.
歯車が回る奇跡と絶望が同時に権限する
The gears are turning. Hope and despair have now manifested in tandem.
走れ進む
Make haste, Suzumu.
同じ千年が始まるか
Will another 1,000 years of suffering come to pass?
千年が打ち破られる奇跡が示されるか
Or will you bring about a miracle to crush that suffering?
そう決める
All will be decided in this hour. Suzumu's eyes shone scarlet. The power of miracles now dwelled entirely in his face. His body shouldn't have been able to bear it. The strain should have kept him in bed for many hours. However, he leapt to his feet with such agility, it was hard to imagine he'd only just woken up. Hinagata watched in shock as he ran to the desk and jumped right through the window, out into the schoolyard. Suzumu's body was covered in open cuts all over, but he paid them no heed. He left his shoes behind, but he paid it no heed. One thing was perfectly clear from his expression. He had only a sliver of time to carry out this miracle he'd been granted. Suzumu ran with every muscle in his body. Nothing could stop him, not even when his heart felt like it would burst. He ran across the schoolyard, across the school gate, across the asphalt. He had long since torn his socks to pieces. His bare feet bled over the streets and stones. It hurt, but he couldn't let it bother him. Kurokami, Kurokami, I'll save you. So wait for me. Just hold on a little longer. I'll be right there. Kurokami, Kurokami, Oe! Oe! We run in. Flashback to 1,000 years ago. Nome has awoken. Tuzunome slowly gazed upon the sky and took one last look at the picturesque scenery of the mountain. Once my body fully takes on this curse, how will the world change? How will this beautiful world look to these cursed eyes? I can tell. This is the last time the wind will feel so pleasant. The air will smell so fragrant. The sky gleams so blue. But if it meant saving Mutsu and protecting the village he holds so dear, then I shall go through with this and say farewell to my final attachments to this life. She's naked. Naked on YouTube. Ah. Don't report me. Ah. Suzunome entered the raised bell and sat down. She then closed her eyes and concentrated. Before long, her senses of sight and hearing were completely sealed away. Amidst that silent world, Suzunome quietly gave in to her fate. Crow has hair for eyes. That's horrifying.
よし、釣り鐘をかぶせるのじゃ。
Alright, lower the bell. All the soot was sealed into the sacrifice, and the 1,000 years of suffering began. She took the divine curse into her and was subjected to a millennium of torment at the hands of the wrath. 1,000 years passed, and now the sacrifice would begin the cycle anew. Another millennium of torture for Suzunome, Toei, would begin here and now. Mutsu didn't have the power of the miracles. That was why he couldn't prevent the first millennium. That was why he had wished for a miracle and dedicated himself to God for 1,000 years. And then a miracle came to dwell in his fist Suzumu had inherited. He now had the power. He could now prevail. Suzumu ran like the wind. Several of his toes had broken underneath the force. Yet he didn't feel pain. He didn't have the time to. All he perceived was the heat of his fists, his anxiety at the lack of time, and gratitude. Gratitude for the miracle that had allowed him to run for her sake once again after 1,000 years. By the time he passed through the shrine archways, Suzumu's feet were tattered. His pant cuffs were torn, and streams of blood trickled down his bared calves. His feet were bloody, leaving behind red-hot footprints in their way.
Toya!
It was just like 1,000 years ago. Toei couldn't hear him because she had already closed off her heart. But even if she didn't answer, Suzumu knew. He could see Suzunome, Toei, trying to seal herself into the bell at that very moment. I'll save you! Suzunome. The soot piled up like snow in a pitch-black snow field, the accursed bell enshrined in the center. The bell was not hanging. Already standing firmly on the ground, the sacrifice sealed inside once again.
ムツ。いや、今の名はスズムか。
No. Your name is Suzumu now, is it not?
また1000年前を繰り返したな。
This is just like 1,000 years ago.
そなたの愛した女は再び梵鐘に封じられた。
The woman you love has sealed herself into the bell. Again.
遅かったな。遅かったぞ、ススハラスズム。
You're late. You are late, Suzumu Suzuhara.
そなたは遅い。10年遅い。100年遅い。1000年遅い。
You're too late. 10 years too late, 100 years too late, 1,000 years too late.
そして今度はわずか1分遅かったな。
And now, you are but 1 minute too late.
何も遅くなんかない。
No, I'm not late for anything.
スズノメはトエは
Suzunome.
そこにいて、
Toei is right
僕は
there.
ここにある。
And I'm right here too.
何も遅くなんかないんだ。それどころか
I'm not late at all. In
木
fact,
は十分に熟したんだ。
my timing couldn't be any more perfect.
なるほど。
You see?
妹たちを打ち破った拳はそれか。
So that's the fist that bested my sisters. Suzumu's fists glowed with the divine scarlet light. In his past confrontations with the divine curse, his fist held no shine whatsoever. No, though his essence was fully formed, he had yet to reach the realm of the gods at that time. But things were different now. His fist shone as the very proof he'd stepped into that realm.
ムツ、そなたの1000年を我はどうやら見くびっていたらしい。
It seems I'd made light of your 1,000 years.
この1000年間、人にどもへの復讐という一年を絶やさずにいられたのは我だけだと、そう思っていた。
I have been consumed with naught but my wish for revenge on the man-demons for this past millennium, but I believed you posed no threat.
だが、違ったようだ。
But it appears I was wrong.
僕も僕たちも
We...
いや
No,
はっきりと言おう。
I'll be frank.
僕も1000年間彼女を救う一年を一度たりとも絶やしたことはなかった。
For 1,000 years, I too have been consumed with nothing but a single wish. To save her.
だからここにトエがいて僕がいて
そしてお前がいる。
And that's why I'm here. Toei's here. You're here.
憎いか我が。
You hate me?
憎しみなんかない。
No, not at all.
でも感謝もない。
But neither am I grateful
う
for you.
ん。ならば我にどのような感情を向けるのか。
Oh. Then what do you feel for me?
トエと同じくらいに
I pity you
僕はお前を憐れむ。
as much as Toei.
おごられたものよ。人鬼の分際で神の呪いを憐れむとはな。
Such arrogance. A man demon such as yourself pitying a divine curse.
だが千年ぶりの余興だ。聞こうぞ。我をなぜに憐れむのか。
Well, I could use some entertainment after a millennium. Tell me then, why do you pity me?
この地で1000年前の村で何があったのか。僕は知った時思った。
When I learned what happened in this land 1,000 years ago, a thought came to me.
人間たちに裏切られた神の鹿たちの無念を。
The sacred deer betrayed by those humans must have felt such resentment. Their souls could never have rested in.
その無念が呪いとなっても何の不思議もない。
So it's no wonder their resentment became a curse.
でも僕はそれよりももっともっと無念があったと思う。
But I believe you have resentment far, far deeper than
邪法によ
that.
ってお前は生贄の体に封じられ1000年もの間何もすることができなかった。
Resentment that you were sealed into a sacrifice by the ritual and could not do anything for a
その
millennium.
間に村人たちは自分たちの罪も裏切りも神の誓いも恩も忘れ人生を全うし
In that time, the villagers forgot their sin, betrayal, and the debt to the sacred deer, and went on living out their
幾
days.
代も重ね裏切りの歴史さえも忘却し自分たちの過去を書き直した。
As centuries passed, even the history surrounding that betrayal was gradually rewritten, further obfuscating the truth.
呪い元神社を祝い元神社と改名し六神彦の御の怒りを恐れるどころか何もかも忘れのんきに敬い出した。
Noroi-moto Shrine was renamed IwaiHime Shrine, and they even forgot to fear the wrath of Rokugami Hiko no Mikoto, turning their respect into nothing more than oblivious reverence. Wrath was a fury brought down upon those who incurred it. But after 1,000 years, all the villagers who had betrayed the deer were long gone. Their anger for this land had not settled, but unleashing a calamity on the children who had forgotten their father's sins would hardly be a satisfying reward to centuries of wrath. That was why Suzumu couldn't bring himself to be angry at this curse. It wasn't just Mutsu and Suzunome. For the divine curse, these 1,000 years had also been just as long, just as cruel, and just as sad. From Suzumu's position, the curse looked as though she was forcing a merry laugh. As though trying to shake off the pang of emotion that had swelled up within her.
だからなんだというのか、スズム。
What of it, Suzumu?
この地には我が罰するにふさわしい人間がすでにいないから呪いを諦めて消え去れというのか。
Are you telling me to give up and disappear because the rightful targets of my fury are already gone?
虫のいい話だ。
No, that would be selfish.
何を言うかと思えばそれは我のセリフではないか。
Well, well, of all the things to say, you mirrored my thoughts exactly.
因果応報。罪には罰がなければならない。
It's the laws of karma. Every sin must be met with
だから
punishment.
お前は存在していいんだ。
So naturally, you will exist.
お前には罪人を罰し呪う権利がある。それは誰にも邪魔できないし、僕が邪魔させない。
Your desire to curse the sinners and punish them for their crimes is sound. No one can take that right from you, but I would fight anyone who tried.
お前が何を言っているのか我には分からぬ。
I fear I don't understand the point you're trying to make.
だが
However,
この1000年の犠牲者はトエだけじゃない。君もなんだ。
Toei wasn't the only one who suffered this past millennium. You did as well.
だから僕の奇跡はトエを救うためだけでなく、
And that's why my miracle isn't just for saving
君
Toei.
も救う。
It's to save you
僕
too.
はこの1000年をその梵鐘とともに打ち砕く。
I shall break the bell, and along with it, the suffering of a 1,000-year cycle. Suzumu slowly closed his eyes and readied his fists. The Susuhara divine tribute style. The fist Mutsu had pledged to God and trained for 1,000 years. Now was the time to dedicate it. When Suzumu opened his eyes, a whirling arose from his feet, scattering the soot like blackened petals.
我にはそなたが何を言っているのかまるで分からぬ。
I do not fathom what it is you're saying.
だが一つ確信したことがある。
However, one truth remains indubitable.
我は我なり六神彦の御事の呪いなり。
I cannot deny my true nature. I am the curse of Rokugami Hiko no Mikoto.
1000年を超えて降り積もりし我が怒り我が呪い我らが復讐。今こそそれが成就される時。
For 1,000 years I have hated, cursed, and sworn vengeance. The time to take my revenge is now.
そなたに同情されようとされなかろうと我は我なり呪いなり。
Regardless of how you may pity me, I shall forever remain a curse.
人にどもにこの地に災いをその1000年の誓い翻すわけにはいかぬ。
For a millennium I have sworn to bring the scourge to the man demons, to this land. I cannot turn back on my oath. And then the divine curse swung her right arm down. Another whirlwind erupted from her feet and blew the soot up. She grasped a sword of the gods, the 7-branched sword in her hands, burning scarlet with heat.
君の怒りは最もなんだ。
Your wrath is just.
君には怒る権利も呪う権利も吠える権利もたける権利もある。
You have the right to be angry, to curse, to howl,
でも僕
to
は
rage.
それを全て抱きしめて
But I shall accept it all into myself.
悲しき1000年の終わりと始まりがつながることを。
At this moment, I shall take what connects the end and the beginning of this millennium of tragedy
壊す
and crush it before me. Suzumu vanished into the pitch black whirlwind. The divine curse stepped back just in time to dodge Suzumu's punch. He was fast, too fast for the divine curse to keep track of. Now that he had reached the realm of the gods, Suzumu was a match for the god himself. He could easily match the curse's speed. Fall, Suzumu. Know the wrath of a god. The divine curse's sword left scarlet arcs in its wake with each swing. The blade that would curse one of the 7 generations. For 7 generations, with a single touch, howled, cleaving the falling soot. But something cut through those arcs, gave off a fierce spark. But something cut through those arcs, gave off a fierce sparks, and repelled them. It dodged, avoided, struck, and returned the blows. Suzumu's scarlet fist repelled the sword's slashes, attacks no mere man could have ever followed.
人にめ神の刃を
Wretched man, demon, you dare resist the sword of the gods?
君の怒りはそんなものなのか。
Is that as far as your anger will take you?
吐き出す権利がある。そして僕は呪われた村の末裔として受け止める義務がある。
You have the right to curse, and I, the descendant of a cursed village, have a duty to receive
神の
it.
怒りがいかに深いか、神の呪いの恐ろしさを伝える義務がある。
I am obligated to feel the terror of your reign on me as a member of that village, to know just how deep your wrath can run.
ざれ言
Enough of your jests!
貴様に兄上様のご無念が分かってたまるか
As if the scum like you could possibly understand the chagrin of my dear brother's soul.
僕の拳は六神彦の御に与えられしものだ。
My fist was granted to me by Rakugami Hiko no Mikoto.
何をよまいごと
What nonsense do you speak?
六神彦の御の声を聞いた。そして千年が始まった。
Mutsu heard the voice of Rokugami Hiko no Mikoto, and then his 1,000-year journey began.
これは君の運命なんだ。僕がここにあることが。
It is destiny that you and I should face each other this day. So wait, the curse and the miracle come from the same god, so it's just the same god just using them to fight for his entertainment, pretty much. The shine of Suzumu's fist spoke volumes to his sincerity, for it held the same scarlet gleam as the divine curse's sword.
我らの一族の誰がお前に力を与えたというのか
You claim that one of my clan granted you this power?
与えるわけがない兄上様のご無念を知る我らが与えるわけがない
They would never. None who knows of our dear brother's pain would ever grant such power.
まさか
No, it cannot be.
兄上様
Brother, are you...
我らの怒りを今日はずっと
You have done well to bear our anger.
千年の
For these past 1,000 years, to this very day,
兄上様
we've already had incest plot. He fucked his cousin. What brother?
神の呪いはあるべきところへ今こそ帰る時
The time has come for the curse to return where it belongs.
さあ帰ろう愛しい愛しい
Now, let us go home, my darling, dearest.
お前は
You,
あなた
you truly are. Yes, I've come for
千
you.
年の間、僕のためにありがとう。
Thank you for enduring on my behalf these past 1,000. So the curse was cursed all along. It was all the brother just fucking around. Bro's not even dead.
今こそ
This hour,
呪わしき千年の
this hour shall mark the end of this cursed millennium. 7-branched sword slowly fell from the hands of the divine curse. He has come for you. Her scarlet eyes brimmed with tears. Suzumu's fist left trails of light behind him as he slowly lunged it forward. And a moment later, he struck the divine curse in the heart. The cursed bell that had marked the beginning of that accursed millennium was now attempting to usher in a new one. Was split in two. Suzumu's divine fist had just brought out a miracle. And then, like a newborn chick peeking out of its egg, Toei peered through the gap, too stunned to move. Overcome with surprise, she forgot to even blink. All she could do was stare up at Suzumu. Suzumu didn't move, as though he'd been frozen in place, but his lips were curled into a smile.
助けに来たよ、トエ。
Came to save you, Toei.
千年も遅くなって
Sorry
ごめんね。
that it took me 1,000 years. Toei had definitely heard those words. Her body became unbelievably light the moment the bell miraculously broke. As light as it was once before her hauntings had begun in her adolescence. Not a single trace of those 1,000-year curse remained in Toei's body. But her rejoicing could wait. Something far more pressing stood before her. Suzumu slowly collapsed. He didn't shield himself with his arms to break the fall, the way the living would. Instead, collapsed mechanically, like a puppet that had fulfilled its role, the way the dead would fall. Suhara? 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 Toei dumbfoundedly approached Suzumu. There was no movement from him as she approached, not even the twitch of a finger. Bro, she didn't get the kiss! All the other girls got a kiss! Suhara? Suzuhara? Suzumu? 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 She lifted his head up only for it to go limp and fall onto its side. His chest burned with the righteous heat, but will not rise. His arms and legs were sprawled out, hanging like a wilted flower.
Suzumu.
Suzumu?
Suzumu.
Suzumu?
待った。
I waited. I waited.
10年待った。100年待った。1000年待った。
I waited 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years.
それでよ
We
う
were
やく再会できたのではないか。
finally together again.
その再会を
So
ど
why?
うして私たちは
Why can't we
喜び合え
celebrate
るのか
together?
喜ぼうではないか。私は喜んでいるぞ。
Are you not overjoyed? I am.
ほら、
See?
嬉し涙が止まらぬ。止まらぬ。
I can't stop these tears of joy, no matter how hard I try.
だからどうか、
So please, Suzumu,
お前も
please,
どうか、どうか
I'm begging you,
笑って。
show me your smile. A divine miracle was too much for a human body. So, was this the price he'd pay for it? Suzumu must have known. Once he came to possess the god's power, he knew his end was close. But, even so, he hadn't faltered. Instead, felt he'd gotten a bargain on that miracle. died to save the woman he'd loved for 1,000 years. No man could ask for a greater death than that. That's why Suzumu's face was frozen in a satisfied smile. His face beamed as he slept in Toei's arms, basking in her gentle warmth.
そんな男の身勝手で
You're such a selfish man.
勝手に一人先立って
Leaving me behind without telling anyone.
後に残される女の気持ちが
Never considering how I would feel without you. Toei could hold herself back no longer. What the flip? Toei threw her head back and faced the heavens as she held the lifeless body of the man she loved. What?
黒髪と我の声が聞こえるか
Toei Kurokami, can you hear my voice?
我は六神彦の御事なり我の声が聞こえるか
I am Rokugami Hiko no Mikoto. Can you hear me?
聞こえるあんたが殺したあんたが鈴ムを殺したんだ
Yeah, you killed him. You killed Suzumu?
あるいは耐えられるかもしれないと思ったのだ
I thought perhaps he could bear it.
鈴原鈴むならば奇跡の代償に耐えうると我を信じたかけたのだ
Knowing Susumu Susuhara, I had dared hope that he could withstand the price of the miracle.
だが奇跡は二つは重ならなかった
But unfortunately, that did not come to pass.
呪いを破ってそなたを救い鈴むもまた奇跡の代償に耐える
I had prayed for 2 miracles, you
そ
see.
の二つの奇跡を祈ったのだ
That he would break the curse and save you, and that he would survive the price of the
こん
miracle.
な奇跡なんて残酷
A miracle like this is just too
こんな
cruel.
奇跡ならいらない私いらない
I never wanted a miracle like this. I can't accept it.
罪滅ぼしにもならぬだろ
This may not make up for your
うがそ
sorrow.
なたの願いを一つ我が力にて叶えたい
But I would like to grant you one wish with my power.
望みはあるか
Do you have one?
生き返らせて鈴もう今すぐ生き返らせて
Bring him back to me. Bring Suzumu back to me to my life right now.
死は
Death cannot be reversed.
生が尊くあるがゆえに死の神聖を犯すことは我であってもかなわぬのだ
As life is precious, not even I can venture into the sacred realm of death.
仮の命を吹き込むことはできるが限られた短い時間となる
I can breathe temporary life into him, but it will only last a short time.
そんなの生き返ったって言わない
Then why even bother?
生き返らせて鈴も生き返らせて
Bring him back to me. Bring Suzumu back to life, please.
また千年私が呪われてもいいから私をどれだけ苦しめてもいいからだから
I don't care if I have to be cursed for another 1,000 years. I'll accept any suffering that comes, so please.
鈴を
Bring him
生き返らせて
back. Rokugami Hiko no Mikoto was merciful. No matter how deeply Tohei succumbed to sorrow, it continued to wait quietly and patiently. Eventually, Toei wiped away her tears.
役立たず。
You're useless.
うちの神社は役に立たない神様を祀ってるわ。
I can't believe my shrine worships such a useless god. Her eyes were red. But they'd regained a bit of their shine.
私は今、進むのためなら、私が死んでもいいって思ったわ。
Just now, I thought that I would have gladly died for.
そういうことなのね。
But that's how it is, isn't it?
進むに感謝して、私一人で生きろと。
You're saying I should be grateful for Suzumu and live on by myself. That's how it is, isn't it?
ありがとう、進む。
Thank you,
あ
Suzumu.
なたはいつも遅い。10年遅い。100年遅い。1000年遅い。
You're always late. 10 years too late, 100 years too late, 1,000 years too late.
今回はちゃんと間に合ったよ。
But this time, I actually made it. Toei smiled as tears framed her face and stroked Suzumu's cheek. It was still a little warm.
徳上彦の御事様、私の願いは
Okugami Hiko no Mikoto, I have a wish. Name it.
こんな悲しい目に遭うのは私だけでたくさん。
I want to be the only one who suffers this
だか
sorrow.
ら私はもう一組の私たちに
So please grant a miracle to our other selves.
鈴の目と睦に奇跡を。
Give Suzunome and Mutsu a
睦が
miracle.
儀式に間に合い鈴の目を救い出す。そして二人は結ばれるという奇跡。
A miracle where Mutsu made it to the ritual on time, saved Suzunome, and got to live out his days with her.
それを叶えても今いるこの時代この世界には何の変化も生じぬが
You should know that even if I grant that wish, it brings no changes to this era, to this world.
別に構わないわ。
It's fine with me.
言ったでしょ。こんな目に遭うのは黒髪トエと鈴原鈴だけでたくさんだって。
I thought I made myself clear. Only Toei Kurokami and Suzumu Susahara shall suffer this pain.
睦が助けに間に合い、鈴の目は邪法の儀式から救われる。
Have Mutsu make it in time to save Suzunome from the ritual.
呪いは村に降りかかり、滅ぶかどうかは知ったことじゃない。
It's none of my business if the curse rains on the village and destroys it or not.
でも、呪いもまた彼らのものよ。
But the curse is theirs.
罪に対して罰が正しく下されるだけのこと。
Punishment will merely be brought down on those who sin.
罰を先送りにする邪法など邪悪でしかない。
A ritual that delays the punishment is purely evil, nothing
覇者
else.
検証。邪悪を破りて正しきを示す。
Haji Kensho, crush evil and demonstrate the righteous path.
あんたならできるでしょ。
You can do that, can't you?
わかったトエよそなたの願いを叶えよ
Very well, Toei. I shall grant your
う
wish.
陸奥は鈴の目を救い出すそして村には再び呪いのすすが降り積もる
Mutsu will save Suzunome, and the cursed soot will blanket the village
それ
once
からどう
more.
なるかは我もそなたも預かり知ることではない
Neither you nor I know what shall come after
それ
that.
で良いな
That all right with you?
はい。私の想像の中でだけでも二人が幸せになれるなら。
Getting a phone call. I'm so sorry. I'm gonna have to go BRB. I'm back. So sorry. Get cucked. Get cucked. Okay. Back to the story. I had a phone call. My bad, Ka. My bad. So as long as you make those two happy, Even if I only know it in my heart.
さらばだ黒髪と
So wait, if they happy, we don't exist anymore?
すす原進む
They're doing a Back to the Future! I'm sorry, it was a quick phone call. My kid just isn't coming home after school. That's all it was.
そなたのこれからの1000年が祝福されることを
I pray from the bottom of my heart that your next millennium will be a blessed
当た
one.
り前でしょ。うちはあんたを1000年も祀ってるのよ。
Of course it will. We've worshipped you for 1,000 years.
少しはご利益
The least you can do
見せなさいよ。
is grant us some of your grace, huh? Though I could no longer hear the voice, the main hall was silent as a tomb. But a miracle 1,000 years in the making had most certainly occurred here. The proof of that was the broken bell and Suzumu's lifeless body laying in Toei's arms.
進む
Suzumu,
進む
Wah. Whoa, the fuck? Naked. For a while, none of the villagers could move, as though time had stopped. Alternate universe time. The villagers, the mayor, Suzunome, and even Mutsu himself were all astonished. No one believed that a human body, human fist, could have the power to break the temple bell. But all of them seen it. The scarlet heavenly glow from Mutsu when he punched that bell. And
That
was the wrath of God. Oh, jeez. The villagers prostrated themselves before Mutsu one after the other as though he were God himself. Indeed, they could all feel the divine presence residing in Mutsu. Mutsu also came to understand. A divine will had endowed itself into his fist. She doesn't have boobs, she's flat as hell. Got pectorals with nipples. Boobs are the sacks of fat sitting between them. I came to save you, Suzunome. Sorry I'm late. Though Suzunome was bare naked, she didn't care. She ran into Mutsu's arms. Mutsu embraced her dearly so they would never be apart again. Damn, her ass thick though, look at it. Look at her arch that back. Damn, look at that arch. The soot surfaced from Suzunome's marbled skin like oozing ink. All the cursed soot she had absorbed into her body escaped and scattered into the air. The ritual had been destroyed, so the soot was expelled from the sacrifice's body. There wasn't a single patch left on her. Her body was back to its beautiful, pristine self. And though there was no clouds, soot fell from the sky like snow. Though it was the cursed soot, the sunlight gave it this divine, even beautiful aura. The soot rained onto the village once more. The curse had returned to its proper place. Punishment had been delivered to those who had broke their promise with the sacred deer. The villagers were devastated to realize that their village was cursed again. Mutsu spoke to lift their spirits.
何が起こるかわからないけれど
I don't know what comes next.
またみんなで頑張ればいいよ
We just have to work together, like we always
仕
have.
方がないよこれはお山の六神様を裏切った僕たちへの罰なんだから
We don't have a choice. This is our punishment for betraying Lord Rokugami.
だから甘んじて受け入れよう
So, we should all accept our
そし
lot.
てみんなで許しを請おう
beg for forgiveness.
六神様はわしらを許してくれるかの
Will Lord Rokugami forgive
いつ
us?
かはわからないけれど、
It may not be soon,
僕たちがちゃんと申し訳ない気持ちを持って
but we have to accept our punishment with genuine
試練に耐え
repentance. Endure the trials to
それでも敬いの気持ちを忘れなかったなら、きっと
never forget to honor Lord Rokugami
六
despite
神
it
様だ
all.
って許してくれると思う
Sure will be forgiven.
ね、鈴の目。
Don't you agree, Suzunome?
はい
Yeah.
六神様は私たちが敬いの心を忘れなかったなら必ずいつの日にか許してくださるでしょう
If Lord Rokugami sees that we have not forgotten to honor him, then I believe all shall be forgiven someday.
立とう、みんな。
On your feet, all of you.
そして村に帰り、みんなに伝えよう。
Let us return to the village and
僕
speak
たちは
this.
罰を受ける。そして神様への敬いを忘れずに持ち続け、
We shall accept our punishment and continue to pay God our
許しをもらおうっ
respects.
て。
Then someday we shall be forgiven.
ムツの
Yeah, Mutsu is right.
これはすべて欲の皮を突っ張らせたわしらへの罰じゃ
This is our punishment for letting our greed blind
悔い
us.
改めていつの日にか
Let us repent and earn our forgiveness someday.
わしらの村は六神様のお山と共にあるのだから
For our village exists alongside the mountain of Lord Rokugami. The villagers stood. The fiendish visage they'd worn as they tried to scapegoat Suzunome to the soot had all vanished without a trace. Instead, their expressions were all composed as though they'd been released from possession. And then, each and every one of them apologized to Suzunome for what they had put her through.
帰ろう、みんな。村へ。
Let's return to the village,
六
everyone.
神様と共に生きていきましょう
Let us live alongside Lord Rokugami.
そうとも。僕たち人間は神様と一緒にこの地に共存しているのだから。
She's right. Us humans shall coexist with Lord Rokugami on this land. The two nodded at each other. Everyone then headed back towards the village. All that remained was the broken temple bell. It served as proof that the miracle had occurred here, and of the miracle of their descendants from 1,000 years into the future had wished for. And so the village days of punishment under the divine curse began. The soil lost its divine blessing, the fields fell into ruin, and the troubles with the dry field crops increased. The harvest also yielded little for the effort that had gone into it, and in result, there were no good by any standards. But the villagers split the scant harvest and managed to overcome the hungry winter. The animals of the mountain became violent, making hunting a dangerous task. Monsters would appear and threaten the village from time to time. But the villagers stood tall together. They accepted their lot not as a curse, but as their punishment. And even though their lives grew harder, they continued cherishing their god. They offered up some of their meager harvest and continued to appease Rokugami Hiko no Mikoto. Suzunome was revered as the village priestess. The villagers obediently followed her teachings and renewed their respect for the divine. The children lost their smiles amidst their poor lives, but Mutsu's never faded. Eventually, thanks to his influence, they regained their smiles one after another. The children regained their vitality, and in time, the whole village found the laughter they had once lost. Years passed as the curse continued, 1, 2, and 3, in time 5. The villagers had completely adapted to their environment by this point. They revered the monsters as messengers of the divine and gave offerings to the forest and mountain. In time, the monster stopped attacking the village. Gradually, the hills and the fields regained their blessings of the land. Thanks to the villagers working together to create an irrigation system, the crops fields also recovered their bounty. The village was far poorer than it had been before. However, it was richer than ever in smiles. Oh, they're playing the game. Max Deluxe Meteor Buster! They're playing Pogs. They're playing Pogs. Read you like a book. You shall be the one with the stars today, Suzunome.
Megaton counter! Cobra!
Megaton counter home run! Oh, the most intense game of Pogs I ever seen. Wham wham!
はい、ムツはピッチャです。
And Mutsu gets the bicha. No, you had the
そっ
bicha.
ちがピッチャです。
You're the one with the bicha. Bicha bicha.
Bicha, bicha, bicha!
Bicha 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 bicha.
ムツがピッチャ、ムツがピッチャ。
Mutsu got bicha. Mutsu got a bicha.
違うよ。鈴の目がピッチャだよ。ピッチャピッチャ。
No, Suzume got the bicha. Bicha bicha.
あの二人は相変わらずだの。
Those two are at it again, huh? That's it. They just love playing Pogs. The sixth winter was harsh, but the children were as resolute as ever. They had hearty snowball fights with the gray snow dirtied by the soot. The adults grinned at the sight and thanked the god who had preserved their children's smiles. Their reserves were so scarce as always, but everyone worked together like a family and managed to make it through to the spring. The seventh year turned out to be the turning point, when the villagers built an elegant altar to the abandoned temple and worshipped Rokugami no Hikomikoto there. In the past, they had constantly prayed to the dear god to forgive them. But this year was a bit different. They were grateful that amidst their trials the villagers had supported one another and renewed their reverence for God. They didn't wish for the curse to end this year. Instead, they thanked it. And then the seventh winter ended and the curse of 7 years came to a close. So they could have just had a 7-year curse, but the hubris of humans would rather create a scapegoat than just accept their punishment. So that's too real. People noticed the hills and the fields regained their former glory. The eternally gray skies cleared up as though it had never been there, and the long-forgotten scent of the fresh verdure rode in the wind once more. Lady Priestess, does this mean Lord Rokugami has...
はい、
Yes,
六神様のお声が聞こえます。
I can hear Lord Rokugami's voice.
村を覆う呪いは終わ
But
りで
this,
す。
the curse that covered the village has
敬い
ended.
と感謝を忘れず、清らかに生きることを誓うならば、神は怒りを収めると仰せです。
God says that if we keep up reverence and gratitude forever in our hearts and swear to live virtuous lives, heaven's wrath shall be quelled. The villagers shouted with joy, sensing Rokugami Hiko no Mikoto on the other side of the beautiful sunlight shining between the clouds. They all offered it thanks and reverence.
口寄せだっけすごいね神様の声が聞けるなんて
Channeling, was it? I never knew you could hear the gods' voices with it. That's incredible.
口寄せではありませんし、神の
No,
声も
I
聞こえて
wasn't
はありませ
channeling.
ん。
I can't hear any voices.
じゃあどうして
Then
呪いが終わ
how
った
do you know the
の
curse has ended?
それは
Well,
ここに
you
知
see,
らせがあるのです。
there's something I have to tell you. And with a faint blush, Suzunome took Mutsu's hand and placed it atop her stomach. Mutsu's eyes widened in shock for a moment, but it soon understood and jumped with joy. He picked Suzunome up and spun her around. The woman of the village understood what that signified, and everyone celebrated. Got her preggers, ooh, they boned. They pogged and they boned. And then, on the day of the first flowers after the curse bloomed, Mutsu and Suzunome were married. It is said that those two were blessed with several children. They thanked the gods who had granted them such a wonderful days and gave them all names modeled off of the seasons. Their children valued that deeply, and so the tradition was passed down through each generation. Eventually, the people built a magnificent shrine to worship Rokugami Hiko no Mikoto and named it Noroimoto Shrine, so that future generations would never forget the trial of the divine curse they had faced without any lies. And as proof of their god's miracle, they enshrined the broken bell as the shrine's Shintai. On that day, it was completed. Mutsu and Suzunome heard the voice from above.
我こそは六神彦の命の呪いなり。
I am the curse of Rokugami Hiko no Mikoto.
よくぞ我らの呪いを受けながらも神を敬う気持ちを失わずに我らを慰め祭り続けた。
You have done well to worship and appease us. You revered us in spite of our curse.
兄上さん、5本六神彦の命は村人たちを正しく導いたそなたらに特別な褒美を与えようと
She's such a bro con, dude. She can't help it. My dearest brother, Rokugami Hiko no Mikoto has commanded you to be granted a special reward for guiding the villagers down the right path.
褒美など
A reward?
恐れ多くございます。
Fair beyond honored.
望め、好きな望みを叶えてやろうぞ。
Speak. We shall grant you whatever you may desire.
できれば手早く決めてもらえると助かる。我も役目を果たさぬうちは帰れぬのでな。
Oh, but it would be truly a boon were you to make it quick. I cannot go home until I fulfilled my duty here, you see.
どうしましょう、ムツ。
What shall we do,
私た
Mutsu?
ちはもう十分な幸せを手に入れていると思いま
I
す。
think we've already obtained plentiful happiness.
これ以上の何かを望んでしまうのはおこがましい気がして。
I feel it would be presumptuous to ask for anything more.
一つあるんだ。
There is one thing.
何でしょう。
What is it?
君を救うために盆栽を割ったあの日
She's like, wrap it up. I want to go meet my brother husband. My god brother husband in the clouds. Remember when I broke the bell to save you? That was a miracle.
もちろん天の奇跡であることには間違いないんだけど
It was a miracle. There's no doubt about it.
誰かが
However,
それも
someone
君にとてもよく似た誰かが
who resembles
僕にその奇跡を祈ってくれたから奇跡が起きた
was the one who prayed for
ずっ
me
と
to be bestowed with
そん
that
な気がしてた
miracle.
んだ
I've always felt
そ
as
のような
such.
ことが。
Truly?
ではその祈ってくれた方は私の恩人なのですね。
Then that would make them my savior, would it not?
僕は
I'd like to thank her.
なれば願いはいかんに。
Then what would you wish?
その人に
Let her
笑顔。
smile.
どれほどの悲しみの中にあっても笑顔を取り戻すことができる
Bring her a
そんな奇跡
miracle.
をその人に
Bring her a miracle that will make her smile, no matter how much sorrow she had to endure.
ふむ、その願い
Which
し
shall
か
be
と聞
granted.
き届けたぞ。
Of this I am certain.
さらばだ、ムツ、スズ
Farewell.
メ。
Mutsu,
そなた
Suzunome.
らの7年間は見下げ果てた人間どもを再び信じてもよいと思うに足る素晴らしいものであったぞ。
Your 7 years were wonderful, wonderful enough to restore our faith in those despicable humans. The divine curse quietly returned to the heavens. They didn't know who the girl who resembled Suzunome that wished for their miracle was, but
幸せになってくれるといいですね。
hope she can find happiness. Yeah.
Oh.
Kawaii desu. The girls were left with deep sorrow by Suzumu Suzuhara's untimely death. They all grieved for him, unable to repay him for setting them free from the curse that had resided in their hearts. His body was sent to his family, and his funeral soon followed. Oh god, he's dead. What the fuck? Everyone in the LCSC attended. Suzumu's mother was shocked by her son's mysterious death, but his father was oddly calm. That was because he'd received a revelation in a dream. It told him how Suzumu had accomplished something very important. How he'd brought about the miracle to save someone dear, knowing the cost. How he'd lost his life in exchange. And how this is what he wanted. Mr. Suzumu was sure as the dream was real. Oh, hi Bean. Bean has joined us. Gotta make some room for the princess. Make way for the princess. Here you go. Here. That's your room. Pull you a little closer. Ew. Mr. Suzuhara was sure the dream was real. As the president of the LCSC, Kanai read the eulogy. She spoke of how Suzumu was the most unlike any other boy of his age and was respected and loved by all. Did you hear her? She's merping. She concluded the speech by speaking for all of them by saying she wished she could have done more with him. I had to move my mic, I'm sorry. Beans needs more room. Going on a little ride. Here you go. Going on a little ride. Naya went over to the casket and told Suzumu how she was doing. How she'd gained the strength to carve her own path in life after he'd saved her. She would be leaving home and setting out on her own in the near future, but far more positive reasons this time. Princess Elise of Wonderland will finally be going on her big adventure, she said through choked sobs. Tsubakiko cried her heart out at first, but eventually she could no longer hold herself back and clung to Suzumu's body, shouting in the manner indistinguishable from sobbing. She was the one who embodied everyone's anger at his sudden and unfair death. In my heart, I always knew I'd be your wife, she said, and she gave Suzumu one last kiss. Lydia raced to the funeral during the gap in her busy schedule. She didn't break down, probably because mature women were strong against this sort of thing. But she knew the truth. She was only acting tough and putting off her sorrow for a short while. She was prepared to spend many nights from this day onward weeping for him. Natsuya was less sad and more in denial of his best friend's death. Suzumu really would be dead if he believed it, so he made it all the way to his point to still not accept the truth. You mind? Being so silly. And when she saw Suzumu in the casket, his weak resolve shattered into pieces. With tears streaming from his eyes, he placed his prized, one-of-a-kind, super rare card in that casket with his friend. And next was Toei. On the outside, she looked the calmest of them all. Her face appeared to be as emotionless as it was at school. Now that she'd been freed from the curse, she shouldn't have needed the doll anymore, but she still carried one with her all the time. Because unless she kept holding it tight, her emotions would burst out. Hinagata gently placed her hand on Toei's shoulder. Means I can't see through you. He needs pets. I will be doing this as well. It's okay. You can let it all out sometimes like these. But Toei just shook her head. She refused to cry. After all, Suzumu had brought about that miracle because he didn't want her to cry ever again. That was why she had to send him off with a smile. Yet, there was something wrong with her. Why were her eyes burning? She swore she would never cry. Suzumu had spent 1,000 years to set her free, so she had to smile just as long as... Toei gave Suzumu's body the best smile she could muster. It was strained and hardly what most people would call it genuine, but it was a smile nonetheless. Teardrops made rivers down her cheeks, and yet she smiled.
そうだ。スズム。みんなに聞いたぞ。
Alright, Suzumu, I heard from the others. They said
キスをしたという
they all kissed you. Aw, she's the only one who didn't get a kiss.
私だけ
But
してない。
I'm the only one who still hasn't.
死んじゃったスズムとキスしても
Even though it's too late now,
キスに入らないぞ。
when you're no longer here. Toei mustered her courage and gave Suzumu her first kiss. The kiss she kept from Sho Kamenuma, no matter how much he prodded her. Prodded is a word. He literally raped her over and over again and made her suck his toes. They're really making light of the shit she got put through. Finally, Hinagata came over and leaned into the casket. Almost like she was having one final chat with in secret with Suzumu. Brother, are you alright with this? The 1,000-year curse has ended, but is this really how it should be? Why does she keep calling him brother? Is that another final ending? I know how you feel, brother, but still. Are they also the deer gods? Ooh. You understand, please grant me one request. Please, use your power just this once to bring about a miracle. Please, just this once. Brother. She's a ciscon like the brocon, like the does were. Hinagata rose with bitterness swelling in her heart. The curse had already been broken. Rokugami Hiko no Mikoto had returned to the heavens. I need to move my mic again, because she's moving. The beings must have as much room as possible. Brother. Brother. The soot within her would likely vanish sooner or later. After the sutras were chanted and the funeral presenter told everyone to see Suzumu off one last time, they all gathered at the altar and put flowers in the casket. Suzumu's portrait above was smiling, but his body looked like it was asleep, his mouth agape like an innocent child. The girls couldn't hold back their tears at this contrast between the two Suzumus. And finally, the time had come to close the casket. Once the lid was shut, Suzumu's face would be lost to them forever. In that last moment, Toei finally broke down. She ran over to the casket and raised her voice for the first time, sobbing.
10年遅い。100年遅い。1000年遅い。
You're 10 years too late, 100 years too late, 1,000 years too late.
次は何年だ。何年遅くなる。
How long will it be this time? How many years are you going to be too
1000
late?
年でもいいから。
I don't care if it's 1,000. I'll always be waiting for you.
だから絶対にまた
So
帰
promise?
ってくると。
Promise you'll come back to me?
スズム。
Suzumu?
じゃ
I don't know yet.
あ今帰るよ
Okay then. I'll come back now, Toei. No fucking way, what? Toei jolted upright. She swore she heard Suzumu's voice.
スズム。スズム。話せ。私の気が触れたん
Let
じゃ
me
ない。
go, I'm not crazy, I heard
確かに
him.
聞こえたんだ。
I heard his voice.
スズムの声がした。
He
スズムは
spoke.
生きてる。
Suzumu's
生きて
alive.
るんだ。
He's alive! The mourners all gaped in shock as the flowers spilled out of the casket. What the fuck? Suzumu? You're alive? Really alive? Snap out of it, all of you! Suzuharu's alive! We need to get him out of the casket!
みんな
Guys,
ここは
where are we?
葬儀場よ。
At a funeral. Yours.
え誰の
Whose?
それよりすっごくお腹が空いたん
Classic
だ
Ryokishi storytelling. No one actually dies. Womp womp. Anyways, I'm starving. eh? Eh? Eh?
トエ
No eh?
進む。
Suzumu?
いつの間に私のことを誰々しく名前で呼ぶようになったんだ。
When did you start calling me from my first?
君こそ僕のことを名前で呼んでるよ
Doing the same, you know.
いいんだ。私たち
Fine.
は互いを名前で呼び合おうと決めた。
After all, we were the ones who decided to call each other by name 1,000 years ago.
はいはい、お葬式中止です。誰かお医者様を早く。
Alright, the funeral's off. Someone call a doctor. Quickly?
お腹空いてるって。
He's starving.
お供えの落があるけど。
We have the offerings for the funeral, but
食べる？
are we allowed to eat those?
食べる。
Of course we are.
私が
I'll
食
eat
べる。
them myself.
だっても
But
う
there's no
お葬
point
式。
for this funeral now. I'm gonna eat it. I'm gonna eat every last bite. I'll slaughter this food, damn it. Bro, he's the one who's hungry. Why is she eating? That makes no sense. She's so funny.
さすがはグレートススハラだぜ。デッキの最後に死者蘇生を仕込んでやがったな。
That's the great Susahara for you. You slipped the monster reborn at the bottom of your deck, didn't you? Huh?
このカード
Oh,
僕
hey,
が欲しかったやつ
a card I always wanted. Giving it to me?
なんと残念だな。
Sorry, too bad. This baby returns to the hand when the monster returns to the battlefield. He got revived by a Yu-Gi-Oh card. That's so funny. The aftermath was a total mess. The whole room was a jumble of shock and joy at this unprecedented occurrence. No one had ever heard of the subject of his own funeral stuffing his cheeks with the sushi offered to his casket. Suzumu's parents laughed and cried when they got the call from the crematorium asking why the hearse hadn't arrived yet. It really was a total mess. But it didn't matter, not after a miracle like this. Afterwards, the doctor gave Suzumu a checkup, and with the exception of some minor atrophy, he passed with a clean bill of health. They kept him hospitalized for a few days just to be safe, but the next week, Suzumu had returned to his day-to-day life. What the fuck, dude?
来たよ。それ。
He's here! Suzumu entered the club room, and the members of the LCSC set off their party poppers all at once. Suzumu was literally bathed in colors from all the confetti. Soft drinks and tea sat on the table with the words, "Welcome back from the dead" written on the blackboard.
よ、墓場帰り。また墓場に行ったら血祭りだからね。
Sure is good to have you back to life. You better not do that again or I'm gonna slaughter you myself.
こっちも大切な人がお葬式で蘇生しましたってツイッターにつぶやいたらお祭り騒ぎですよ。
My Twitter has been an uproar since I tweeted about how someone close to me woke up at their own funeral.
大切な人って誰のことだろうって。もう論点ずれてますよね。
Now there's all these threads speculating who that someone close to me could be. It was so stupid.
おいらもいろんな摩訶不思議を経験してきたけど、こういうのは初めてだったね。
I've been through some pretty fantastical stuff on my own, but this one takes the cake.
おかえり、進む。
Welcome back, Suzumu.
ただいまトエ
Back, Toei.
あー、 それでね、
with all that said,
今日は鈴原先輩と黒髪先輩にお聞きしたいことが山ほど
yeah,
ございまして。
Lana's questions for you and Kurokami Suzuhara. Huh? Huh?
クロッチとスズムン、先日以来どうしてチミたちは名前で呼び合う関係になったのかね。
Kuroki, Suzumun, you guys have been calling each other by your first name since that day. Since when have you two been that close?
スズム、私以外にそう呼んでいい人がどうしてもう一人いるわけ？
Suzumun, why is there someone other than me allowed to call you by that name?
むしろならば私たちにもその呼び方を解禁するべきだと思いません？
In fact, I believe that means we should all be allowed to call you by that name too.
スズム、
He gets 4 wives. He came back from the dead and he gets 4 wives.
この場でまた墓場送りだ
And
から
his sister who's older but younger, whatever the fuck that means. We better like what we hear or we'll send you packing straight back to the graveyard if you catch my drift.
いつからあんたたちはそういう関係なの？
How long have you two been in that kind of relationship?
クロッチ、ごまかさない。
Kuroki, you can't mumble your way out of this one.
いつからなんですか、先輩？
Beanie? Yeah, for real. Answer the question, Suzuhara. She is one of the Himes in the achievement system, so who knows. It's 1,000 years ago, I guess. There was a cry of shock followed by a tumultuous uproar.
やれやれ。
Oh
つくづく
man,
モテるグレートな男だぜ。
great men are so
あ
popular.
なただってグレートよ。鈴原くんのグレートブラザー。
You're pretty great yourself. You're Suzuhara's great brother.
あなたがここにあることはそれもまた奇跡の証なのだから。
Since the fact you're here is another proof of a miracle.
奇跡の証？それウルトラレアカードの奇跡の証っすか？先生もやってたんですか、ゲーム？
Proof of the miracle? You mean like the ultra rare card proof of the miracle? You played too, Miss Hinagata?
何の話？
Huh?
先
What?
生よくわかんないわ。
I have no idea what you're talking about. Oh, we get a new shot of wife, elder wife, the elder wife. Brother, even this miracle was a part of the fate's design from the start, wasn't it? For there to be something even us, the fragments of the gods, were not aware of, fate is quite a precocious one. Capricious, whatever. Capricious, whatever. Hinagata's hair shone in the sunlight as she gulped down some non-alcoholic beer. Almost like the antlers of the sacred deer could be seen in the radiance. All is as it should be, right, brother? I am Rokugami Hiko no Mikoto's.
呪いゆえに残酷にてそう。
Curses are cruel. Alright, pop off, queen. Okay. Damn. impressive for me. I was so engaged in the ending, I didn't drink. Got a little repetitious there, but I'm determined to finish it. And I don't have Hinagata's princess marker in achievements yet. So there might be more after this, actually. Let's see. Let's see. Oh shit! Oh shit! I'm gonna get all these endings. Put up with me. We finished the main storyline though. I hate shows so much. I hope they kick his ass. Should I keep going? Should I wait for another part? Ooh. My sister's not coming home yet. For a while. I'm gonna do a shot. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'm gonna keep going. Up to you if you guys want to stay. Wait, no, Elf is streaming in an hour, you said. Ooh, should I save these endings for another day? I think I will. I don't want you guys to have to, like... I don't know. I know that I would pick Elf over me, so I'm assuming you're also going to pick Elf over me. Yeah, exactly. Do it for her, but we did it! And now we can get the bonus ending and hopefully Hinagata. But she is listed as a Hime. So who knows? Thank you! Thank you. I don't think this is gonna take an hour. Each chapter is taking at least 2 hours. Not that I'd go anywhere. I appreciate that. And we'll be hanging out soon today too. Always in the Discord, we be hanging. We be chilling. Maybe gaming later if we feel up to it. I'll probably draw during Elf's stream if you want to watch it together. Do that. I can do that. I got some work to catch up on. I'm gonna go eat a meal though, because I haven't eaten. I just kind of woke up and started doing this. You know? But I really appreciate our time together. And I had a little fun. And I'm very happy that I finished a major part of the storyline. But I do want to get all the endings, so I'll probably still keep going. So Wild Hero, you real as fuck, Chum Slider, the realist, Red Fox, good to see you, you real as hell. Whoa, 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 whoa. Real as fuck. Zonis, if you're still there, brother, you real as hell. Brother, you're real as hell, brother. Black Flag Jackson, thanks for stopping by, you real as hell. And I guess I'll see you guys in Alfie's chat. And then, yeah, thank you for coming. I know I stream really early in the day. I'll figure it out, though. I'll get over my anxiety of streaming while there's people home. One day. Probably not tomorrow. Anyway. No, what?